Good morning, friends, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to welcome everyone to the 5th edition of the KIC University, Korea Center, East Asian Institute and US Conference on South Korea and the Indo-Pacific after Afghanistan and Ukraine. So really food for thought today. And without further ado, may I invite EAI Director, Professor Bert Hofman, to make his welcome remarks. Over to you, Bert. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lam. Thank you, Professor Kim Jun Yeup, Ambassador Choi Hoon. It's a great pleasure to see you and all the colleagues on the screen and off the screen. It's a great pleasure to have you on this the fifth emission of the KIC-EAI conference, and this time is the first time that the Korea Center at the East Asian Institute hosts the conference, and I'm very proud of having established the Korea Institute. We feel at the East Asian Institute that Korea is playing an increasingly important role. The Korea Peninsula is very central in many strategic considerations for the region. And therefore, we felt it's appropriate to establish a Korea Center, and we're very grateful to the Korea Embassy and the Korea Foundation for the support, and also for the support of all the partners that we have already acquired and hope to acquire in the future. These are interesting times, as they say, and for the Chinese culture, that is not a good time. The geopolitical changes that have been ongoing for some time, but are now in an acceleration due to largely due to Russia's invasion into Ukraine, will have consequences for the world, but especially for this region. What exactly these consequences are remains uncertain. There is still the fog of war, as von Clausewitz says, and we don't know the final outcome. We don't know how the parties in the end will agree to a peace. But the geopolitical consequences we can already see to some extent. In contrast, Asia seems relatively calm to Europe and the China-US tensions. Asia continues to integrate economically. The RCEP that has kicked off on January 1st will lead to further integration in trade. But at the same time, we have the US and the US measures, trade measures and technology measures vis-a-vis China that can be quite disruptive, not just for China, but for the region as well. How countries such as Korea and Singapore and ASEAN, how they should anticipate, analyze those changes, and then adapt to those changes, or more proactively take action to be the change, is a very important topic for Singapore and Korea today. So the topic of today is indeed very appropriate indeed, South Korea and the Indo-Pacific after Afghanistan and Ukraine. And I would still say the Asia-Pacific, but Indo-Pacific seems to be still increasingly more used. So Dr. Lam Peng-ar put in the Japanese invented term Indo-Pacific, but Asia-Pacific, I think, can also be used in this context. I look forward to the discussion of today, and I do hope that we can find good substantive outcomes, have a good substantive discussion, but also perhaps digest some recommendations for our respective governments from this conference, because I feel that at this point in time, governments can use all the thinking, all the intelligence that is around, and we can be a contributing part of that. With that, I'd like to thank all the participants in joining us today, all the speakers and the discussants, but also the more general audience. And I do hope that you take part in the discussions and in the questions and answers, because this promised to be a very interesting day. Thank you very much. Kamsahamnida. I'd like to hand the word for the congratulatory remarks to Professor Kim Jun Yeup, the Dean of the College of International Studies at KMU.
Okay. Hello, Honorable Ambassador Chair Hoon, Embassy of the Republic of Korea in Singapore, and also Director of East Asian Institute, National University of Singapore, Professor Bert Hofman, and all participants and guests. I would like to express deep gratitude for your invitation and deliver a congratulatory remark in 5th KIC-EAI conference on South Korea and Indo-Pacific after Afghanistan and Ukraine. This conference is to seek to answer pertinent questions about East Asian regional stability, prosperity, and peace on the kind of forces and trends that are more prominent, tension or integration, and where the Korea and ASEAN stay fit during uncertain times of tensions and integrations. And what are the strategies for survival and cooperation amid the power shift in East Asia? And from this question, I would like to think that the role of middle power is very important, and it seems to be relevant both Korea and Singapore side. As you know, in a seminal essay of Robert Cox, middle power role is not a fixed universal, but something that has to be rethought continually in the context of changing state of international system. This observation holds a significant merit today with the current stage of international affairs undergoing a shift in its geopolitical orders and hierarchies. So nowhere is this more pressing today than in Indo-Pacific region. As you know, with China achieving its global great power lies, de facto regional hegemony, the Indo-Pacific and East Asia, the Western Pacific, and Southeast Asia have become the geopolitical arena of power. To reflect the seriousness of China's unchallenged hegemony over the region, the United States and its major partner, so-called UK, France, Australia, Japan, have pivoted to shift their national security and defense strategies to prevent China from attaining unchecked and uncontested authority and power in the Indo-Pacific. Shift from these Western river-oriented powers due to Asia had over 60% of world population, and its rise as the global economic engines of emerging multipolar rule-based order. To maintain its influence and power in the Indo-Pacific, the United States is doubling down its hub-and-spoke system of alliances and heightening its great power competition with China. So it will be delivered very interesting discussion in our first sessions, the rise of China and the Ukraine war, lessons and choices for South Korea. And then second sessions are focusing on East Asia multilateralism in the shadow of Ukraine, finally, contemporary Korea's foreign policy, political economy, and democracy. Through the whole session, I would like to urge all participants discuss and exchange different angles of perspectives on international politics, international economics, international relations, and international law. And then we could come up with new ideas of theoretical and practical insight into the East Asia's future regional strategic alliances. For the point, in practical area, our research collaboration needs to extend the field of student exchange program in the field of social science and international area studies. In particular, with the goal of achieving world peace, we have grown into top-tier international college and graduate school that reads global research through domestic and international academic exchange and cooperations. We would use our collaboration and cooperation as a stepping stone for the future prosperity of development in East Asia, Europe, perhaps extend to North America. We will seek ways to cooperate, create future values that can be shared at the local, national, and global levels at the presence of political, social, and cultural vision for the sustainable planet. Thank you very much.
Kim Jun Yeup. It is my great pleasure to invite His Excellency, Republic of Korea Ambassador to Singapore, Choi Hoon, to deliver his keynote speech. Your Excellency, please.
Thank you, Dr. Nam. Thank you, everyone. Very good morning. Professor Kim Jun Yeup, Dean of College of International Studies at Kyung University. Professor Bert Hofman, Director of East Asian Institute. Distinguished guests, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by expressing my sincere gratitude to the KIC and EAI for organizing this conference. I also want to congratulate all of you on the successful continuation of this important partnership between the two prestigious academic institutions, even during the COVID-19 pandemic. It's my firm belief that the KIC-EAI conference has significantly contributed to enhancing the mutual understanding between Korean and Singaporean experts regarding bilateral, regional, and global issues. As the Korean ambassador to Singapore, I'm deeply honored to be part of this occasion and given a chance to deliver a speech. Of course, it is a pity that we have to meet virtually once again, and I strongly hope that the 6th edition of this conference to be held next year can provide an opportunity to have a dialogue face-to-face. Turning to the theme of today's conference, I find it very relevant, as Indo-Pacific cooperation is one of the most important strategic issues that both South Korea and ASEAN countries face. The inauguration of new president in Korea this week makes the theme also very timely. Although I am sure that subsequent presentation and discussions will provide much more accurate and interesting perspectives on the theme, I'd like to comment on some regions for the significance of the Indo-Pacific for Seoul policy decision makers. First, as Korea shares common interests in the Indo-Pacific with the US and other partners in various areas, including Korean Peninsula issues and South China Sea, it's very natural that Seoul cooperates with them in terms of regional strategy. Second, development in Afghanistan and Ukraine, especially Russia's invasion of a sovereign country and killing of civilians, strongly highlight the need for cooperation among those who value international order based on norms and principles for a free, open, and rules-based regional order advocated by the Indo-Pacific strategy. It's not difficult to predict the countries in the region who have been relatively cautious thus far will feel more justified in taking more positive position on the Indo-Pacific. For Seoul, Pyongyang's expression of strong support for President Putin and his threat of using nuclear weapons, similar to that of Moscow, clearly shows that the war in Ukraine is not unrelated to the Korean Peninsula. Finally, as unilateral and plurilateral groupings for the alignment between like-minded countries are being created in the Pacific, Korea needs to promote its interest through cooperation with its partners via such platforms. In this context, it is noteworthy that European countries are also increasing their engagement with the Indo-Pacific. For the reasons just elaborated, I think there is a growing momentum for closer policy coordination on the Indo-Pacific between Korea and its regional partners. In order to contribute to freedom, peace, and prosperity in the Indo-Pacific as global pivotal state, the new Korean administration is expected to adopt a more active approach within the region, promoting multidimensional strategic and substantial cooperation with the countries in the Indo-Pacific on the foundation of a strong, comprehensive strategic alliance with the US. Seoul is giving positive consideration to strengthening cooperation with the Quad through its working groups, and also to joining the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework initiated by the US to engage the key economies in the region. The high priority of ASEAN in Seoul's diplomacy will be maintained and likely to further strengthen in the Yoon administration, given Korea and ASEAN's geopolitical proximity, large trade and investment volume, and mutual cultural interest that will revitalize people exchange as the COVID pandemic gradually comes to an end. In order to promote greater solidarity with ASEAN, the new government will strengthen mutually beneficial and practical cooperation with ASEAN and expand its contribution to the ASEAN-led regional architecture. In terms of harmonizing its policies toward the Indo-Pacific and ASEAN, I think Seoul will benefit from closely engaging ASEAN countries in establishing its policy toward the Indo-Pacific region, as ASEAN is at the crossroad and the heart of the Indo-Pacific. For this, South Korea needs to continue its support for ASEAN's centrality and ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific. In addition, we will build on past achievements to upgrade Korea's policy toward ASEAN. Although ASEAN has always occupied an important place in Korea's foreign policy, we will make efforts for strategic cooperation in a more comprehensive way in the future. Before concluding, I want to share with you how Korea has responded to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which I believe is an event of historical importance and requires the joint efforts of the international community. The ROK government has condemned Russia's armed invasion against Ukraine through several official statements that support sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine, making clear its position that the use of force causing the loss of innocent lives cannot be justified in any case. The statements also expressed serious concerns over the evidence of the killing of civilians reported by the Ukrainian government, stating that killing civilians in the time of war is a clear violation of international law. It was also mentioned that Seoul support the statement by the UN Secretary General issued on the 3rd of April, calling for an independent investigation to guarantee effective accountability. South Korea joined the US, Singapore, and other countries in imposing economic and financial sanctions on Russia, while at the same time expressing its hope that the current situation can be soon resolved through negotiations. Moreover, the Korean government announced its plan to provide Ukraine with humanitarian assistance amounting to a total of $40 million, which is already being implemented. In order to further contribute to the peaceful resolution of the Ukraine crisis, Korea has continued its active participation in the efforts of the international community. As with most of the issues, Singapore and Korea is like-minded on the war in Ukraine. Our two countries enjoy close diplomatic relations, which is clearly shown by President Halima's visit to Korea this week to attend the inauguration of the new Korean president. I'm sure our two countries will strengthen cooperation in the bilateral, regional, or global levels in the years to come. Once again, I want to express my appreciation to all scholars attending this conference, and I'm confident that the presentation and discussion throughout today will provide great insight into a number of important issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, Ambassador Choi, for that very inspiring keynote speech. Next, may I invite Dean Professor Kim Jun Yeup to chair session 1. Over to you, Prof. Yes, can you please unmute yourself? Yes, and go ahead and you go ahead. You're the boss for the next session.
Okay. We are going to have a first sessions about the what we do in the lies the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan, the lies of China and Ukraine war, lessons and choice for South Korea. So in the first session, we have two speakers. First speaker, Professor Yang Jun-hee, talk about the lies of China and Ukraine war, lessons and choices for South Korea. I think I would like to give more time to speaker and discussion. So that's why just directly to deliver to speech to the Professor Yang Jun-hee. If Professor Yang, if you're ready, please start.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present my paper. This is an extremely rough first draft, so your criticism and suggestions will be much appreciated. And today, I'm not going to talk about specific details of the rise of China and the Ukraine war, but I want to talk about the historical importance of these events and deeper meaning of history. For the past 15 consecutive years, the number of democracies worldwide has declined. And with the rise of China and the war in Ukraine, people might have serious doubts about the future of liberal democracy and the hegemonic position of the US. And if people are having doubts about the future of liberal democracy, I think that comes from the failure to understand the true meaning and significance of the rise of liberal democracy. At the end of the Cold War, Francis Fukuyama argued that liberal democracy not only conquered rival ideologies like hereditary monarchy and communism, but also represented the endpoint of mankind's ideological evolution. In Fukuyama's view, history is directional and evolutionary, and liberal democracy represents the final form of human government. And as far as I'm concerned, not many people actually understood what Fukuyama was saying at the time, and not many people understand even today what that means. If one were to use Fukuyama's understanding of history, the rise of China and the war in Ukraine represent a turning back in history. Both Xi Jinping and Putin are showing 19th century thinking and behavior in the 21st century. And it is highly unlikely that they will ever be successful in their effort to dominate or charm the world. South Korea under President Moon had been trying to get close to China and North Korea, showing empathy for socialism and emphasizing the importance of Korean nationalism. Given President Moon's and his followers' backgrounds, it is understandable why Seoul was pushing away its traditional allies such as the US and Japan. However, with the change of government in Korea now, the lesson and choices for South Korea should be very clear that the future lies with liberal democracy, and what we need is a containment and vigilance, not blind empathy and emotional attachment in our dealings with North Korea and China. Okay. While Fukuyama's bold declaration caused quite a stir among intellectuals, scholars, and journalists in 1989, even today, few people understand the true significance and meaning of his arguments. For scholars like Samuel Huntington, Fukuyama's argument represents nothing but Western arrogance and insensitivity to cultural diversity. For others, the simple fact that the world continues to see the outbreak of wars and the rise of dictators falsifies Fukuyama's argument. However, when Fukuyama declared Western liberal the end of history, he didn't mean that every country in the world will turn into liberal democracy instantaneously. The victory of liberalism has occurred in the realm of ideas or consciousness, and that consciousness to manifest in the real world, real or material world, will take time. And a realist like John Mersheimer saw is now like seeing the inevitable rivalry between China and the US, and Graham Allison has popularized the idea of Thucydides' trap, warning the danger of China and the US following the path of Athens and Sparta. And given 16 years of double-digit economic growth and impressive modernization and buildup of military forces, China certainly looks like a force to be reckoned with. However, China, let alone Russia, will probably and should never be the next hegemon of the world, in my opinion, because they both lack the soft power to lead the world. As long as Xi Jinping and Putin continue to behave and think like the 19th century policymakers, advanced countries around the world would have no choice but to contain or confront them. What people have to remember is that China had been successful so far because it heeded and followed Deng Xiaoping's advice of hide and bide. Thus, the US and the West had been hospitable to China because they believed that China had fully embraced capitalism and one day will turn into a democracy. With China showing its true color and Putin's invasion of Ukraine, the West will no longer harbor illusions about cooperating with communist dictators. Ruling the world mainly with military forces might have been possible in the past, but that kind of ruling is extremely difficult in today's world. Those people who talk about the inevitable rivalry between China and the US are dealing only with materialistic, economic, and military competitions. In those fields, China might be able to pose a threat to the US. However, can China replace the US and the West in the realm of ideas and visions? China simply does not have the universal visions and ideas that can replace those of the US and the West. While President Biden and American diplomats might evoke the importance of democracy and human rights for strategic reasons, the Westphalian Project and Wilsonian liberalism go far beyond rhetoric. As John Eikenberry points out, the liberal international order is not just the product of American power, but also of long-standing international projects, and it will survive with or without American hegemony. Most of the advanced countries in the world accept the current international order, not only because of the American and Western power, but also because of the universality and legitimacy of existing regimes. The post-World War II international order was shaped primarily by liberal democracies that were committed in principle to universal human rights, the rule of law, free markets, and limited state intervention in the political and social lives of their citizens. Multilateral institutions and international law were designed to advance these values and norms, and technology was often used to bolster them. Essentially, both Xi Jinping and Putin want to be an ancient Chinese emperor and Russian czar, emphasizing the importance of the state and nationalism. While Chinese and Russian nationalism and strong leadership might work domestically, they obviously do not have universal appeal to the rest of the world, particularly for advanced democratic countries. Both Xi Jinping and Putin represent anachronism. One thing they should have read was one of Aesop's fables, The North Wind and the Sun. The more aggressive China and Russia act, the more other countries will move away from them. As Maria Popova and Oksana Shevel point out in regard to the Ukraine war, paradoxically, the best way to bring Ukraine close to Russia would be to let Ukraine go. Not many leaders, let alone Xi Jinping and Putin, understand this simple yet profound paradox of life and international relations. As far as Putin's thinking is concerned, his visceral criticism of the polluting influence and danger of Western liberalism is a backward-looking resentment without a forward-looking face. China's talk of 100 years of humiliation by the West and its desire to regain its rightful place at the center of the universe does not seem to support Xi Jinping's claims of self-confidence in our path, self-confidence in our theories, self-confidence in our system, self-confidence in our culture. Any truly confident nation does not have the need to show off its confidence to other nations. Xi's talk of Chinese dream and ambition for Chinese centrality on the global stage, captured by his Belt and Road Initiative, all sounds like empty gong whenever China pursues aggressive and erratic policies toward other countries. Imposing a national security law on Hong Kong, snapping at Australia for their calls for an investigation of the origins of COVID-19 viruses, trying to inflict pain on South Korea for its placement of THAAD, creating and militarizing artificial features in the South China Sea, threatening Taiwan for a possible invasion, are all signs of immaturity and backwardness. China's actions and words have produced a record low levels of trust for China in the eyes of the international community. These are all self-inflicted wounds that need not have happened. The situation is the same in Ukraine. Before Russia's military involvement in Ukraine in 2014, less than 25% of the Ukraine population favored NATO membership. However, in December 2021, the number went up to 58%. Today, even Finland and Sweden are thinking about joining NATO. While Putin and Xi Jinping can continuously point finger at the United States for all the evils in the world, not many countries would take their claims very seriously. Anybody who has a complete and deep understanding of the values and significance of liberal democracy and capitalism would never doubt the survival of the current international order. No matter how strong China is economically and militarily, it can never be the leader of the world with anachronistic thinking and behavior. However, unfortunately, it is unrealistic to hope for changes with leaders like Xi Jinping and Putin. And lessons for South Korea, lessons and choices for South Korea. President Moon Jae-in of South Korea had been born to North Korean refugees, and he was imprisoned for protesting against the Yushin Constitution under President Park Chung-hee. And many of his followers and supporters also have the background of protesting against the military dictatorships of President Park Chung-hee and Chun Doo-hwan. Given this background, it is not surprising to see Moon pursue the sunshine policy toward North Korea, having 3 summits with North Korean Chairman Kim Jong-un in 2018. Moon also tried to form a close relationship with China while showing intense hostility towards Japan and distancing itself from South Korea, from the US. With the change of government in Korea now, the lessons and choices for South Korea should be clear. However inhumane and brutal capitalism may look, it is the only system that offers political and economic freedom. As Friedrich Hayek has argued, other systems such as socialism and communism are roads to serfdom. Centralized economic operations are always accompanied by political repression. Marxist communism may sound thrilling and beautiful in theory, always seducing and deceiving so many poor and downtrodden people around the world. However, it can never work in practice. Of course, when populist socialist politicians promise equal distribution of wealth, large welfare benefits, people easily fall for the trap. However, people need to educate themselves as to what happened to Venezuela. Of course, when left-wing populists talk about socialism and communism, they never talk about North Korea or the Soviet Union. Instead, they want a Nordic-style welfare state. Yet that kind of argument comes mainly from ignorance. Politicians like Bernie Sanders and even former President Barack Obama state that Nordic countries have the least income inequality in the world and that Scandinavians are the happiest people in the world. Yet Nordic countries are not socialist or communist countries, and their wealth and prosperity mainly come from their unique culture and from free market capitalism. South Korean people and leaders should no longer harbor any illusions about socialism / capitalism and left-wing populism. Perhaps it has been quite a long time for the young generation to remember the Korean War and to recognize the danger of communism and dictatorship. Chinese policies toward Hong Kong and the Ukraine should have awakened not only the world, but also South Korea. In conclusion, former American diplomat George Kennan recommended a policy of containment for Soviet expansion during the Cold War period. In his view, it doesn't really matter whether the US pursued hawkish or dovish policies. Communist countries will try to expand and move according to their own domestic logic. Even after 70 years, Kennan's advice is still extremely valid. People around the world and in South Korea might have a naive belief that they can change the values and behavior of communist countries such as China and Russia and North Korea. Unfortunately, neither the sunshine policy nor the hawkish policy will work against communist countries. They will move according to their own logic. What the West and South Korea need to understand and learn is that containment and vigilance are the only thing they can do. That doesn't mean that the West and South Korea need to be unnecessarily aggressive towards communist countries. However, they have to be extremely vigilant in their dealings with China, Russia, and North Korea. Okay, thank you very much. That's it. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much for your very informative and interesting presentation. I would say the conclusion parts, the George Kennan's view could be very relevant in this situation right now. Probably the communists, not only communists, but also the autocratic countries say that their own, like, way of the domestic logic could be in certain, in fact, in kind of this tragic situation. So that could be kind of very much relevant for your conclusion. So now I would like to invite the Dr. Lion Clark, Senior Research Fellow, East Asian Institute, National University of Singapore. The topic of this is post-Ukraine strategic challenges in the Indo-Pacific. So, Dr. Ryan Clark.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So, I will share my screen. Just bear with me for one quick second. Okay, can everyone see?
Yes.
Perfect. So I will be, I'll do this in a briefing format. I'll be brief and to the point, so we have more time for open discussion and exchange of ideas as opposed to me simply speaking in one direction. So as mentioned, the topic of my brief today is the post-Ukraine strategic challenges in the Indo-Pacific, specifically looking at the emerging concept of AUKUS++, which I'll describe in a minute, and also what is likely going to be required for the US to maintain deterrence. Also, adding on to the comments previously made around, it's very difficult to influence the domestic dynamics of communist countries. So the least bad option is to maintain robust deterrence, because those are variables that you have direct control over in most cases. So it seems to be a more sensible area to focus on. One of the key lessons, I think, from this is one of the developments in the world that everyone's talking about, but for me, one of the key lessons from it is that the concept of blood and soil, which many people had thought was an anecdote or an artifact of the past, still exists. Putin, this is not something that really should have surprised too many people. Vladimir Putin is on record, public record, as early as the early 90s, talking about Ukraine does not exist as a country. It's a fiction, it's a fictitious unit, and it does not actually exist in his mind. Multiple weeks into the invasion, as we all know, Russian forces have suffered really astonishing setbacks, extremely high casualties, defections, public denunciations by Russian soldiers, including officers, and some very serious supply chain and logistical problems. Here we can see an armored personnel carrier with flat tires, and then this is a Ukrainian farmer who is acquiring a new Russian tank. I'm not sure if he plans to repurpose it. We'll see what he decides to do. The key thing here also is that a basic accounting analysis of the military and economic strength of the NATO alliance versus Russia would demonstrate a massive asymmetry. But these capabilities only exist on paper if there's not a clearly communicated and demonstrated willingness to apply them. And I think this lesson, while from Eastern Europe, the principle has some implications for the American approach to the Indo-Pacific. So what is the Indo-Pacific concept? We see some emerging components here. In February 2022, the White House published its Indo-Pacific strategy of the United States. It has five key components: advance a free and open Indo-Pacific, build connections within and beyond the region, drive regional prosperity, bolster Indo-Pacific security, and build regional resilience to transnational threats. Very high level, nice sounding words. There's going to have to be concrete details that infill that. Integrated deterrence will remain a key component of the US security strategy across this region. And one of the things that the US is really seeking to do actively is to integrate capabilities and operations across multiple warfighting domains and drive initiatives that reinforce deterrence and counter coercion, especially around disputed territorial boundaries, both on land and also very critically at sea. Just for a quick reminder, just for a quick visualization, this is the current map of China's active border disputes, the risk of stating the obvious across land and sea, and quite extensive. The American approach to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, essentially, this is a little bit simplified, but has four core components. Washington has provided active intelligence to support Ukraine, to deter Russia from invading further, and also to persuade world opinion to oppose the invasion. The US has used diplomatic channels and the UN to condemn the invasion. The US has also worked with partners to impose wide-ranging sanctions on the Russian state, its key assets, and its key regime figures. And then as we're now seeing quite a lot of media coverage around, is that the US has supplied thousands of man-portable weapon systems to Ukraine, including anti-tank weapons or anti-personnel weapons such as the Javelin, and anti-aircraft weapons such as Stinger missiles. Just here's a couple of images. The Javelin is here on the left, the Stinger's on the right. Javelins and Stingers are both man-portable systems that are quite effective against invading forces that have already, quote, broken in to a geography. The question is this a first line of defense option for Taiwan? In other words, these weapon systems would be very effective against an invading force that has already gotten into Taiwan and has already made landfall in Taiwan, is already on the ground in Taiwan. But are these weapon systems sufficient to maintain deterrence and prevent an attempted invasion in the first place? And I think that's a critical question to address. The short answer from my standpoint is no. So the American maintenance of deterrence, especially in the Taiwan Straits, is likely going to have to become more visible and more overt, which we'll examine here over the next couple of minutes. I do think that NATO actions on the Ukrainian-Polish border provides a potential model of what such actions may resemble. In the Taiwan Straits, this could involve increased American naval and air force activity. This template has been utilized on several occasions in NATO countries in Europe during recent periods of heightened tensions with Russia. And I think another key point, there's a lot of discussion around how President Trump would have handled this versus how President Biden is handling it. And I think the key point here is that irrespective of individual preferences of the current American leadership, the shifting environment of risks and opportunities have the potential to force an upward recalibration of what's required to maintain deterrence in the Taiwan Straits. I think another key point to look at, people always say it's important not to over-focus on defense and military dimensions, but to look at the holistic picture. So I think I agree with that view. And I think one thing to keep in mind is that the US at this point has very limited sanctions options against China at a low cost. So for example, during the Soviet period, relations between Moscow and Washington were considerably more limited and confined to specific areas. And unlike present-day China, it's important to note that the USSR did not have hundreds of thousands of students studying in the US, extensive research linkages with leading American institutions in key dual-use technology domains such as virological engineering, nanotechnology, and AI. The Soviets never had extensive investment holdings across the full spectrum of the American economy, from real estate to leading Silicon Valley technology companies. America also has import dependence on a range of critical supply chains outside of Washington's sovereign control, including virtually the entire pharmaceutical value chain. The Soviets never had anything that even approximates this type of influence. And then, of course, as many know, China holds billions of dollars of American capital, which is currently trapped on shore. It's unable to be repatriated. And China also presently holds over $1 trillion of American debt holdings. Just to put this into context, into perspective, it helped to explain why I'm focusing more on the military dimension, because that's where the US has more open options relative to other domains. Concept of AUKUS++, I think you're seeing now strategic synchronization with Japan and South Korea. I think as we all know, the AUKUS Trilateral Security Alliance between the US, the UK, and Australia, which is a trilateral security alliance between the US, the UK, and Australia. AUKUS is focused on deeper integration of security and defense science technology, DIBs, and critical supply chains. And while it's not explicitly focused on China, there are shared strategic concerns that drove its formation. There are concerns around North Korea, and especially its nuclear weapons and missile development programs, but the set of joint capabilities that are being developed are primarily conditioned by security challenges that are perceived to originate from Beijing. So this strategic orientation provides opportunities for American allied Japan and South Korea to play active roles within the AUKUS framework, so what we would call a type of AUKUS++. Japan, as we all know, has broken from a long-standing policy of ambiguity regarding Taiwan, and Tokyo has clearly articulated its position that armed hostilities in and around Taiwan would be considered a major security risk to Japan. This policy position very likely synchronizes Japanese strategic actions regarding China with those of AUKUS. And when this is overlaid with the long-standing US-Japan security alliance, a robust defense architecture can very likely be observed. You combine this with the recent election of President Yoon. This presents a very nice opportunity for South Korea to also coordinate its activities more closely with the AUKUS alliance and, by extension, Japan. And I think it sounds maybe a bit funny for me to say this to our other participants, but I find it noteworthy that one of President Yoon's first actions as president was to announce the shifting of the presidential office to the Defense Ministry compound. That's a very clear signal. There's no ambiguity around that. I think a couple of other, quick observations on President Yoon as a non-Korean. One thing that stuck out to me that during his presidential campaign, he openly discussed acquiring additional THAAD systems from the US. Even though in 2015, THAAD purchases sparked a very strong response from China, and Beijing took retaliatory measures aimed at bilateral trade and tourism. And in my opinion, my humble opinion, the US's response or support for South Korea in 2015 was borderline disgraceful. The US did not fulfill its part of the deal in that particular set of circumstances. Yoon's willingness to openly state this position, despite the known risks, likely demonstrates the strategic orientation of his administration. And while both South Korea and Japan face security risks emanating out of North Korea, of course, I would argue their concerns regarding China are more multidimensional and strategic in nature. So this again converges with the overall strategic orientation of AUKUS. And so AUKUS recognizes and responds to a range of security challenges in the Indo-Pacific, but does maintain China as its primary concern. These concluding slides, just in net assessment format to summarize. The Russian invasion of Ukraine poses a series of new strategic questions for American strategies in the Indo-Pacific, specifically in the Taiwan Straits. The reactive American approach to Ukraine of supplying specific weaponry to attack an overland invading force that has already breached the country's borders will not likely transfer to Taiwan. Given the US's evident lack of strategic options in the economic sanctions domain against China, Washington appears to be confined to maintaining deterrence and specific advantages in the military domain. Beyond weapons provisions and limited joint training, the US may need to consider more visible deterrence measures in the Taiwan Straits. I didn't talk about this too much in depth, but I think it's also important to note that New Delhi, or India's active effort to enable Moscow to circumvent international economic sanctions, has demonstrated that the Quad still sits atop a fairly unstable foundation. And any American expectations that India would more closely coordinate or even synchronize its strategic activities with other Quad members have been invalidated. So with one of the four fundamental pillars of the Quad proving unstable, the US will likely prioritize the AUKUS alliance while also facilitating strategic synchronization with Japan and South Korea. This could also lead to the formation, formal or informal, of AUKUS++. The net results of these post-Ukraine developments in the Indo-Pacific are likely to be enhanced strategic ties and increased weapons provisions amongst the AUKUS++ structure, combined with a reduction in economic interactions between the US and China. while the current situation cannot yet be classified as a Cold War scenario, I think it's reasonable to suggest that the associated characteristics have begun to emerge. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you very much for your very provocative and stimulating presentations. Perhaps your statement is AUKUS++ and strategic synchronization with Japan and South Korea would be very interesting, arguments, and it will be discussed in both sessions. Next, I would like to have a commentator. I would like to invite Professor Kim Jun Yeup, College of International Studies. So, Professor Kim.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the moderator, Dean Kim, and all the audiences and the presenters as well. So first of all, thank you for inviting me to this great online gathering discussing the hottest issues of the contemporary Asia. And I will also thank you for the excellent presentations covering the kind of key security issues in the Asia region. So basically, I'm supposed to discuss the two presentations, one by Professor Yang and the other one by Dr. Ryan Clark. The first presentation by Professor Yang is something like another keynote speech of today's conference, so it might not be suitable to discuss it from a really kind of the academic standpoint, like the methodological rigorousness or something. But I just want to kind of back a question on the research's policy proposal. Even though the Professor Yang told us that the detailed proposals have not been ready yet, but since the Professor Yang's policy proposal, kind of in a nutshell, is very straightforward and provocative in a sense, but still some quite abstract as and hopefully the audiences too may want to listen to a more elaborated and detailed proposals to accomplish the proposed policy agenda of South Korea. So to accomplish the kind of goal of so-called recontainment of the evil empires in this growingly interdependent Asia. So what South Korean government should do? The answer seems to be also straightforward, like the strengthening the alliance and the rebuilding production network and value chains in the region. But this is so-called kind of the decoupling in trade, energy resources, and technology, et cetera, it's not going to happen easily. So particularly a kind of trading nation with small domestic market like South Korea. So I just wonder what detailed and executable policy proposals and suggestions for, so instance, Professor Yang can suggest for the government, the Yoon Suk-yeol government. As the title of the presentation is basically the choice of Korea. That's my comments for the Professor Yang's presentation. And then, so let me move on to the second presentation, the Dr. Ryan Clark's presentation, which also discusses the key significance and might be the most significant implication of the Ukrainian war in Asia, the kind of new growing conflicts with China in the Taiwan Strait and the Indo-Chinese border, by outlining the status of potential physical confrontation in the region. It's really an insightful observation to point out the weakness of one of the pillars of the so-called Quad and the rising significance of the AUKUS, the plus, and hopefully another plus as an alternative security alliance in the regions. Yet, just as the question that I asked to Professor Yang, and also, and Dr. Clark's presentation clearly indicates as well, in his comparison, in your comparison with the Soviet Union era and the current contemporary Russia's time, there has been growing and substantial interdependence in economy, culture, technology, and the human exchanges. And the interdependence has been so deeply entrenched in the relationship among Asian countries, and they are actually centering on China. Then I want to get some insight from you regarding the implication of this so-called new Cold War for Korea and other countries in Southeast Asia, including Singapore. If the AUKUS++ would be activated, and whilst the countries would be forced to choose their size, But especially the deterred, as you may know, the deterred and delayed alliance between Korea and Japan, has not only been caused by the deteriorated bilateral relationship between the two countries or the ideological preferences of the previous governments, but also because of Korea's significant interdependence, economic dependence on China, despite the United States, the kind of the longest and strongest security ally of Korea, has imposed pressure upon two countries continuously to rebuild the alliance. And the current Yoon government has showed strong inclination to rebuild the kind of the Japan-Korean alliance. And that's exactly what the Dr. Clark actually pointed out. So but as in the case of India, I believe that the ambiguous stance of India has also been rooted in the kind of regional interdependence stance. What might be the potential, the choices that the South Korean and the Southeast Asian governments should take in this coming new Cold War, emerging Cold War in the region. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for a very succinct comments from Professor Kim Jun Yeup, College of International Studies, Kyung University. Now, we would like to invite Dr. Nam, visiting Senior Research Fellow in East Asian Institute, National University of Singapore. Dr. Nam, please.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure. The two interesting presentations, I'll begin with the first one, make it brief. The first point about Professor Young's presentation, that different ideologies, for instance, the democracy versus non-democracies account for the Russo-Ukrainian war. I think there are some problems. It's not that convincing. But first of all, the panel is supposed to talk about Afghanistan and Ukraine, and Afghanistan was basically ignored. We know Afghanistan is also a contest between democracies and non-democracies, but the democracies didn't fare that well out of that conflict. So that was basically ignored. The second point about Ukraine, first of all, Russian invasion of Ukraine is very brutal, and it doesn't deserve any sort of sympathy. So I was just trying to be empirical. First of all, Ukraine is not a genuine, stable, liberal democracy. It ranks the most corrupt government in Europe. You can do some research on that. So in that sense, Russian invasion of Ukraine is not democracy against, it's not non-democracy against democracies, because Ukraine is a nominal democracy, but it's not as liberal, it's not as non-corruptible as it's being perceived to be. So that's the second point I want to make. I think the central reason for the Russian invasion of Ukraine is driven by geopolitical interests rather than ideology. Because you look at the way the war is being waged by Putin, it was very hesitant with a lot of political considerations. There was no effort to leverage element of surprise. There was no decapitation. So the idea is not to change the regime. So Putin said he doesn't want to change the regime. He wants Ukraine to be neutral, to take a neutral position, to sort of to provide Ukraine as a buffer, as a security buffer between NATO expansion and Russia. Okay, that's the idea. I think that's the driver. That's the central driver for this conflict. It's not ideology or democracy versus non-democracies. Professor Yang also made a reference to George Kennan, the Dean of Containment. But if you analyze Kennan, he made a point back in 1998. He basically says NATO expansion, eastward expansion, is the most fateful failure of US foreign policy, because he was concerned about NATO expansion might trigger a Russian invasion of Ukraine. Okay, so that's what he said about this conflict. It turned out to be true. It seems that people don't pay attention to these comments anymore, because everybody feels euphoria about the end of history and so forth. So those are some of the issues we have to pay attention to. Going to the second presentation by Ryan, I think it's a good presentation. It identifies some of the central elements for deterrence. Some of them work, some don't. For instance, the intel support, it works, but providing stingers and what's the and javelins.
Yes.
Stingers and javelins, it probably doesn't work, in the issue of Taiwan. First of all, it's very difficult to ship them in if there is a naval blockade. Other than that, I think sanctions might work to a certain extent, but it probably doesn't work as much, simply because of interdependence, not just economics, but also in other areas it mentioned about, personnel and so forth. The high complex interdependence makes it very difficult to effectivate sanctions, for sanctions to be effective, which is very, very true. I mean, in the case of Taiwan, one factor he seems to ignore is the usefulness of nuclear weapons. For instance, George Bush claims that U.S. would not deploy any soldier in Ukraine because any sort of frontal confrontation between Ukraine, confrontation between the U.S. and the Russian soldiers on the battlefield might cause an escalate to nuclear conflict. So he decided not to deploy any soldiers. That inadvertently sent a message, which is U.S. is not going to deploy soldiers in any sort of confrontation between the U.S. and Russia and maybe China. So that might incentivize China to attack Taiwan, because China would assume that U.S. would not intervene because U.S. might fear that might trigger a nuclear escalation. So that doesn't enhance deterrence, that weakens deterrence. So that's the other point I want to make. Otherwise, I mean, it's a good presentation. I guess that's all that I have to say. To tell the truth, I've been working on Chinese lessons from the Russo-Japanese War. I have a lot of points that might be more interesting, but at this point, I'll just stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your very insightful and interesting comments for both papers. Now it turns to the presenter, Professor Yang Jun-hee. Any response from two commentators?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but there is a question in the chat window.
Yeah. Professor, can you say again?
I just want to let you know that there is a question in the chat window.
Oh, note. Yeah, I think it's better to respond, and then I would like to Dr. Kyung Lam's questions to them. So it will be okay for you? What I would like to organize as what the two commentators statement, and then maybe presenter response to them, and then finish to I will just to take the questions from the audience. Okay, so Professor Young, would you like to respond to two commentators?
You're on mute, Professor Young. You are on mute. You need to unmute.
Please turn on the microphone.
Okay, do you hear me now? Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I'll try to be as concise as possible. First of all, I'm going to answer Professor Kim Jun-Yeup's question. He's basically asking what are some of the options for South Korea in its dealings with China, because practically speaking, it's very difficult for South Korea to ignore the economic power of China. So what recommendation do I make in this situation? Well, my answer is very simple. South Korea under President Moon Jae-in, we have been ideologically, he trying to pursue a close affinity with, ideological affinity with North Korea and China. But as far as I'm concerned, our ideology and philosophy should be with liberal democracy. So in terms of security and philosophy, our choices should always be with US and liberal democracies around the world. But of course, China is economically a very powerful country, and if we go too close with the US, there will be economic retaliation. However, we need to look at countries like Australia. Australia boldly declared investigation for the coronavirus, and China tried to retaliate against Australia. But the impact was that China was hurting itself more than the other way around. And for South Korea, we should be very clear that ideologically and in terms of security, we'll be close to with the US and Western countries. However, we don't want to jeopardize with our economic ties with China. However, if China tries to pressure South Korea, we will actually get close to more close to US and the rest of the democratic countries. That's what I want. So I don't think South Korea should be afraid of China's economic retaliation. And I want to make sure the South Koreans declare to both US and China that even to US, we should be very clear that we're not going to have a adversarial relationship, economic relationship with China. We want to have a close ties with economic ties with China. However, if you push us too far, then we might actually move away from US and Japan. So that's both countries, both China and US should be careful in their pushing towards Korea. We want to draw a clear line both to China and the US. To China, we want. Okay, please don't write to me. Like, so I'm going to answer first, and then later you can the moderator will ask you to ask questions. So please do not confuse me now. Okay, so I want South Korea make sure that ideologically, philosophically, we are very close to the US, and in terms of security, we'll be close to the US. But we don't want to sever our economic ties with China. And we want to make sure that China, if you want to retaliate us, then we will be actually move away from China. So that should be very clear. But that didn't happen. That, to me, that's self-evident truth. But that did not happen under the Moon government. So that's what I recommend for the new administration. As far as Professor Li Nan's comment is concerned, first question about Afghanistan, that was not my topic. And second question about the Ukraine war, I was not saying the war in Ukraine happened because of democracy or because of ideologies. It's just that the behavior that Putin is showing is something that the South Korea Putin and these communist behavior, they represent anachronism, and humanity's future lies with liberal democracy. So it's just that both countries that adhere to these communist or dictatorial regimes, they have a long way to go. They have to evolve, and Ukraine is a corrupt country, one of the corrupt countries in the world. And actually, Ukraine was a corrupt country, and it is still a corrupt country. But that's one of the reasons why Zelensky was elected as the president of Ukraine. And also, Putin wants a buffer state, and he warned NATO and the U.S. that if NATO expands too far, there will be a war. Ukraine will not exist. But that kind of threat, and professor like Mersheimer, he actually justifies Putin's act because like this from Putin's point of view, like without buffer state, Ukraine is very close to a border to Russia, and Russia, for Russia, like Ukraine joining NATO is a severe threat for Russia's existence. But that argument is illogical, and that comes from a Putin's thinking. Why? Because people like Mersheimer point out, Russia was invaded by Napoleon and Russia was invaded by Hitler. So buffer state is very important. But you have to think, Russia has probably the second largest nuclear weapons in the world. And who in their right mind would able to invade Russia again? That's like only you are learning a wrong lesson in the past. So, and then also international law. Ukraine has the right to choose whatever international group, NATO or whatever they want to choose. If Russia was so attractive, they would never ever try to move to join NATO. So and NATO expansion from a realist point of view is very dangerous. But I think Ukraine has the right to join whichever organization they want to join. So, and Putin actually didn't have to worry about the existence of Russia. Well, Russia is threatened, not in the field of security, but in the field of ideology. They don't have the ideology that can attract. Like so many former Soviet republics, they moved away from Russia, not because of security or whatever, but because of ideology. They don't like to be under communism. Very simple. Okay.
Mr. Yang, I sorry to interrupt because also the response from two commentators in the Ryan Club to waiting. So maybe just to interrupt a bit. Yeah, sorry. So maybe there are some questions for the other audience. So maybe the Dr. Ryan Club, do you have any response from the commentators?
Sure. I mean, I just two quick ones. I'll respectfully address Professor Kim's comments first, specifically his comment on the extensive multi-dimensional economic interdependencies between, for example, South Korea and China, this entire region and China. And I think that's the key point is that the nature of supply chains, capital markets, you name it, there's so much interdependency and no one understands it. Anyone who claims that we could generate a network graph of these interdependencies, and the network graph would be the size of the entire island of Singapore, and we still will not have captured everything. And so I guess the point I was trying to make was a little bit more simple, is that because it's such a complex system, and we can't anticipate what the primary, secondary, and tertiary impacts would be in the event of hostilities, I would strongly advise doing everything possible not to find out or not to discover in the first place. And the least bad way to do that is to have deterrence, robust deterrence in place. And that this entire situation is, there's degrees of, there's unpredictability throughout the entire network that we're talking about. But I think the key is that we want to make sure that that ratio of unpredictability or uncertainty is 50-50. So it's 50 in China, in Beijing with the CCP, and then it's 50 on the other side of that table too. So both sides look at the situation as extremely blurry, inherently unpredictable, and it's very unclear and uncertain what even the near-term impacts of any hostile action would be. And that's it. You can call that a cold peace. You assign whatever term you'd like to it, but I think it's that option. While it may not sound nice, it may not be polite cocktail party talk to speak like that, but I think it's a superior option to any other alternative that anyone has advocated in the past. And so, with Dr. Lee's comments, I agree. I mean, of course, I agree. And I was one of the points I was trying to make in the presentation is that just smuggling javelins and stingers and then organizing Ukrainian-style territorial defense forces in local environments in Taipei and Kaohsiung, et cetera, that's not going to achieve deterrence in any meaningful way. It synchronizes with the porcupine strategy to present Taiwan as an uninvadable environment. But the reality is that yes, if the PLA was going through the streets of Taipei in APCs like you see in Ukraine, yes, that would be a very nightmarish scenario for the PLA. Of course it would be, but it would also devastate Taipei. So the point is that the deterrence component, the prevention of either side concluding, or the CCP concluding that they can go into Taiwan right now with the ratio, instead of being 50-50, is 20-80, and the 80 is on the other side of the table. That we have to think much more concretely and strategically about how we avoid that type of scenario emerging in the first place. And I think that's the key point. So I think it's going to require adjusting, using different templates that have worked effectively in Eastern Europe in the past, modifying them for 2022 and modifying them for the current geopolitical environment in this part of the world. Yes, I'm not suggesting mindlessly just lifting and dropping it. Just putting B-52s up in the sky just like you do in Poland. Not so much, but I think the principles, some of them can be adapted here, not to be confrontational unnecessarily, but as part of a more enhanced strategic deterrence model that prevents a whole range of extremely undesirable situations from emerging and occurring in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have two questions from the memo. Question from Dr. Pong Oram. Do you think Russia's invasions of non-nuclear Ukraine will reinforce DPRK's perception that it needs nuclear weapons for deterrence and regime survival? First question. And is this the primary essence of Ukraine for Pyongyang? Presumably, Russia would not be able to invade Ukraine if the latter had not denuclearized. Is the first the audience from Dr. Pong Oram, and then Professor Park Han-gyu is specifically to question to Professor Yang. Dr. Yang, you argue that liberal democracy will prevail over autocracy. You said that history tells it. On what ground are you for sure that it will happen in the future? You mentioned the number of democracies is declining, whereas the number of autocracies is increasing around the world in contemporary world. So these two audience questions. So maybe first question is to presenters, both to answer it, and then second question is especially for Professor Yang. So would you like to start Dr. Lyons? question about the Peng or Lam?
Sure, is that directed to me? I'm sorry.
It's kind of you in the chatting box.
Yes,
box.
no problem. So I think my view on this, for what it's worth, is that I think denuclear. We were talking about this as a team earlier this week. I think denuclearization of North Korea is a virtual non-starter. The simple answer to Dr. Lam's question is yes. And then the question is, well, so what? And what implications does that have? And it's a little bit beyond the scope of what my presentation was about, but just if I have a minute, I think the key strategic principle to apply here is that treat North Korea's nuclear weapons program, their missile program, as a consistent fixed point or a fixed feature within their system. The key focus would be instead to communicate that this is to basically reduce the perceived value of those assets. So instead of saying, fundamentally what North Korea seeks is the continuation of the Kim dynasty. North Korea, in my view, is essentially a third-generation family business. That's how North Korea runs. And so nuclear weapons are key to ensuring the survival of that business and reducing unpredictability, fundamental unpredictability. So the key would be, and I know we don't have enough time to discuss this in detail on this conference, but the key would be to communicate in very clear terms that you have, because of the nature of your regime, you have this fundamental level of unpredictability that's fixed. There's no way you can reduce it. By having these weapons programs and these missile programs and engaging in the types of activities that you engage in, you're actually layering an additional degree of unpredictability and uncertainty on top of your base level as it is. Now, how you execute that is easier said than done. We'd have to discuss concrete ways of doing that. But I think that's the strategic principle, is that they're not going to give them up, but it has to be demonstrated to them in very clear terms that this is not going to do anything for you, and it actually makes your life more difficult. So in essence, the ideal situation or the ideal outcome is for the Kim regime to scale down this program themselves based on internal discussions, based on their own logic, that this generates more problems for us or generates more costs for us than the benefits that we obtain from it. So we should take the decision to scale it back. That may sound very, superficial, may sound, even naive, but I don't see a better option. They're not going to, after seeing what's happened to Ukraine, Libya, Iraq, we can go on through example after example. The Kim regime is never going to give that program up voluntarily. I can't see a concrete or a credible scenario where that would happen.
Okay, thank you. And also, Professor Park Han-Yu asked you about the, you recommend that AUKUS Plus is better placed for AUKUS countries in Japan and Korea to cooperate with each other and to come on strategic interest. However, there is also delivering interest between Japan and South Korea affected by historical issue and domestic calculation. There are also main factors that constrain Seoul to move too closely the United States while antagonizing China too much. Those factors, such as a geographic proximity and North Korea nuclear issue, economic interdependence between China and Korea. So would you like to answer this question as well?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. I in no way want to in any way trivialize or minimize some of the historical legacy issues between Japan and South Korea. And I'm not trying, I factor those considerations into some of the assessments or analyses that I've respectfully presented today. I think the question is, do shared concerns over, for example, a potential invasion scenario of Taiwan, would those concerns override these temporarily at least these historical challenges or some of the other more I guess the concerns of today is probably the most diplomatic way that I can put it. I wouldn't suggest an Asian style NATO or anything of that nature. That's not feasible. It's been tried before. There's 18 explanations as to why it hasn't worked, and I don't see any of those factors having modified in recent years. So there are concerns, and I'm not suggesting that you would have complete synchronization between South Korea and Japan. I don't think that's realistic. But at the same time, that doesn't prevent a broader network structure from emerging and functioning along similar strategic principles based on shared assessments and shared understandings of the nature of risks that the associated countries in the AUKUS++ structure are facing. It's 5 different countries. There's considerations, different considerations. Even the U.S. and the U.K. I've lived in both countries. They don't get along. They don't get along all the time. They don't agree on everything. I've lived in Australia too. It's the same type. It's the same dynamic between the U.S. and Australia. So it's not as serious, of course, as the historical issues between Japan and South Korea. But it doesn't. What I'm saying in simplified form is that you don't have to agree on 100% of every single thing in order to coordinate on big issues, and that I think is the key principle. That would be my basic response to that very nice question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Klopp. And Professor Young, we have 3 minutes, and would you like to respond for these questions?
Actually, I need more than 3 minutes, but anyway, I'll try to be as brief as possible. First of all, my answer to Dr. Lam. Actually, the first thing you learn as a student of IR is that international relations is anarchy in self-help system. And looking back, the Ukraine cases, they voluntarily gave up nuclear weapons. Ukraine was actually they had the second largest number of nuclear weapons in Europe. But Russia, France, Britain, and US guaranteed security of Ukraine. But after you give up nuclear weapons, Russia invades, and US is not actually defending Ukraine. And of course, the lesson, and you argue that the lesson that North Korea is going to argue is that, like, you learn from Ukraine, so we need nuclear weapons. And actually, that's true. North Korea needs nuclear weapons to defend itself from possible threat from other countries such as US and maybe South Korea as well. And Dr. Ryan says, like, you don't have a realistic option other than saying that North Korea will benefit more if you actually scale down whatever. Well, actually, one other option that people cannot think of is actually South Korea having nuclear weapons of its own. It will be we need, actually, South Korea also need a nuclear weapons, either our own or from America. Well, that's the only way actually we can deter against possible potential North Korean nuclear threat to us. But of course, like our former government voluntarily gave up this option that talking about nuclearization of South Korea is out of option. But to me, that's a serious option because we are facing nuclear North Korean threat, and North Korea has right to have these nuclear weapons because international relations is anarchy, and self-help is the only thing that you can rely upon. Okay, that's my first question to Dr. Lam, and a second question to Professor Park: whether like how can I be sure that there will be a increase of liberal democracies? Because, like, as I've said, like, the autocrats and dictators have been increasing in international relations. But to me, this is a momentary lapses. It's not like all the countries going to liberal democracy. It's not going to be a linear process. But if you think deeply, people have to think, what other options do you have other than democracy and capitalism? Do you want dictatorship? Do you want kingship? Do you want monarchy? Do you want communism? The only option, the only ideological option that we have is democracy. It might take a long time for people to realize that reality. But it'll happen, because other than democracy, I don't see any other option in terms of political government. And also capitalism. Other than capitalism, I don't know what other economic system we can possibly have in the future. I'm not saying that all these liberal democracies will move in linear fashion and every country will become a liberal democracy instantaneously. It'll take a very long time. It might take thousands of years, but that's the only option I see. Okay.
Thank you very much, Professor Yang. It's 11:30. We have a very provocative, insightful discussions in the 4 sessions. So I would like to closing these sessions. After that, we have a tea break and 10:35 in Singapore time at the second session. So I would like to stop here today's first session. And thank you very much for your participation. And thank you to all. Thank you.
We had a very good session on the geopolitics and politics of the current situation, which is quite emotional and quite unsettled, I think, at this point. And that may be in contrast to the session to what we're going to discuss today, namely the economic side. And there has always been a contrast, if you want, between the geopolitical alignments in the region and the economic integration within the region. We have 3 papers to discuss to what extent this will be affected by the current situation in Ukraine and the tensions between China and the US. And we have a discussion by Dr. Yu Hong on China's Belt and Road Initiative, Professor Moon Don on the future of East Asia regionalism, and then the spaghetti bowl discussion of Dr. Sarah Tong on all the regional agreements, CPTPP, RCEP, and the new kid on the block, or the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, of which we still do not quite know what it is. So 3 very interesting discussions. I appreciate if the speakers can keep the presentation to a limit of 15 minutes so that we have a good amount of time for discussion. For those that have questions, please raise your hand. You may want to put in the box that you have a question, but given that we are all on the screen, it's much better to have a live discussion rather than me reading out the questions in the box. So please indicate that you have a question and I'll hand you the word afterwards. Without further ado, Dr. Yu Hong, Senior Research Fellow at the East Asian Institute, has this paper on China's Belt and Road Initiative amid COVID-19 global pandemic and Russia's invasion of the Ukraine. Dr. Yu Hong.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Hofman. I'm going to share my slides, just 1 minute. Okay, greeting to all. I'm going to give a very brief the presentation on the BRI, the Belt and Road Initiative. So now we have seen, actually it now has been the 7 or the 8 years since the launch of the BRI by the Chinese President Xi Jinping in 2013. So now China already signed more than 200 various BRI cooperation agreements with a total of 149 countries and 32 international organizations by March this year. That's accounting for roughly 63% of the world's population and 40% of the global GDP. The BRI was initially centered on infrastructure, financing, and construction, but its scope has now expanding to including other areas such as digitalization, health, and Arctic region as well. Now, China insists that the BRI has no geostrategic motivation and geopolitical ambitions. However, promoting the notion that China is a great growing power, but without geostrategic motivation is a hard sell for Beijing. We do understand that infrastructure connectivity is becoming an important national strategy for the big powers in their attempts to dominate regional infrastructure development, to gain control over resource, market, industry supply chains, and the flow of trade, as well as to win geostrategic leverage and global influence. On this note, that the BRI, in my view, is globally oriented, being driven by both economic and strategic motivation. Now, actually, we know that the infrastructure readiness plays an essential role in attracting investment and boosting domestic economic growth. So many Asian Pacific countries have the urgent need to fund infrastructure development and stimulate their domestic economic growth. So according to the ADB report in 2017, we actually know that Asian Pacific countries will need at least 22 trillion, more than 22 trillion investment on the infrastructure development until 2030s. So as far as the Southeast Asian countries alone, there will be need 2.7 trillion US dollars climate adjust investment on the infrastructure development until 2030. So on these, right, the BRI appears to be a popular choice for many countries, and they welcome Chinese investment on the infrastructure development. Now, give an example here is that the China-Laos Railway is connecting to Yunnan, China's province, western province, to Vientiane, the Laos capital. The China-Laos Railway is a flagship project in China's BRI in the mainland Southeast Asia. The Laos is a landlocked country in Asia. As part of its land-linked national development strategy to boost infrastructure development and to drive economic growth, the Laotian government has endorsed the railway project. Now, the completion of this railway project in December 2021 demonstrates that the BRI remains on track, despite the COVID-19 pandemic and changing the global geostrategic environment. But it is remained to be seen how economically viable the railway will be and how much economic benefit it will actually generate for the Laos. We do know that now the Laos sharp increase in external debt attributed to the BRI project. Now, the extent to which the smooth and efficient custom clearance and timeliness of shipment can be achieved will determine the attractiveness of this railway moving forward. Now, I'll briefly talk about some of the issue and problem surrounding about the BRI. Now, some of BRI infrastructure project has been scaled back or suspended amid the COVID-19 pandemic, concern over rising deaths and popular protests in several recipient countries. So in the perceptions of some recipient countries, the terms of their infrastructure deal with China have been too beneficial to China, while this country have to bear the unnecessary or the high financial burdens and risks. So we see that several BRI projects fail to attract private investment or to win over the necessary support from the local stakeholders. And some BRI projects have been perceived as white elephants. They are little use or to the local community in the recipient countries. Now, the BRI implementation has been weak in terms of compliance of the international recognized standard, lack of transparency, and the opening bidding and social labor and environmental protection safeguards. Now, according to the Kiel Institute for the World Economy report in June 2019, now the excess borrowing poses a threat to the financial sustainability for the recipient countries that lead to a dependency trap. Now, the low-income countries have encountered huge debt burdens associated with the China's BRI investment, including countries, as you see from the photo, including Laos, Pakistan, Mongolia, Tajikistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Djibouti. So we see that the BRI project financing is based on an interest-bearing loan, so it's not a charitable progress. Now, China also has become the world's largest official creditor, with outstanding claims surpassing those of the IMF, World Bank, and those of the 22 Paris Club governments combined. Now, external developing finance is required for the infrastructure underdeveloped countries. So it's perfectly normal for the developing countries to seek to accelerate infrastructure construction using the borrowing financing means. However, I think the question now is how to balance infrastructure development needs and the domestic financial sustainability. Now, amidst this shift in the global geostrategic environment and the COVID-19, the BRI has apparently become even more important for China, in my view. Now, in 2019, China's President Xi pledged to deliver a multilateral BRI during the second BRI summit that would generate benefit for all participating countries, not China alone. So since then, China has been making several readjustments measures to the BRI and its project implementation. The Chinese companies have started to change their business practice and are more willing to share benefits with the local community in the BRI countries. Certain example, for example, is that promoting both the financial and environmental sustainability of infrastructure projects. The case of the ECRL in Malaysia reflects China's flexibility on the BRI implementation. Also, the greening BRI by shifting its energy sector's investment to more environmentally friendly and renewable energy projects. Advancing third-party market cooperation on infrastructure financing and construction with several countries, including Singapore, in Southeast Asia, Africa, and Europe. Also, China has been very active in promoting the digital Silk Road and health Silk Road over the past several years. However, it remains to be seen how far China is willing to go in readjusting its approach for the BRI implementation. There is a lack of any vigorous internal review or public debate on the BRI implementations within the Chinese society, among the public intellectual elites and business community. But now the BRI is still a China-centric solo initiative. China has thus so far been unable to project the BRI as a credible multilateral endeavor on this regard. Now, finally, I will very brief to talk about the Ukraine crisis and what does it mean for the BRI, in my view. Now, China's view Russia as its most important strategic partner. On political level, China and Russia are backing each other. Russia is a crucial component of the BRI. The China-Euro Express is crucial for the overland-based connectivity between China, Eurasian countries, and European Union. China has tried very hard to support and promote and make profitable about this express since 2016. Almost half the routes are lines as shown in the map on the slides. 78 lines reaching 180 cities in 23 European countries by 2021, passing through Russia. Due to the massive sanctions imposed on Russia, the European countries, for example, like the Polish companies and other countries, may choose not to ship goods via Russia. So Russia's war on Ukraine could potentially cause collateral damage to the BRI as the China land-based connectivity within European unions, while the China-Euro Express may be jeopardized. Now, second point I want to make is that despite Ukraine signed up for the China's BRI in 2017, China's investment in Ukraine is very limited. The stock of Chinese direct investment to Ukraine was roughly $115 million by 2019. We also know that a few Chinese firm infrastructure projects were hit, such as the terminal and transshipment facility in the Mykolaiv, the commercial port in Ukraine, which is owned by the China's Oil and Foodstuff Corporation, which is one of the largest agricultural producers in China. Now, this terminal is used for the transfer of grain and other coins. In the long run, the geo-economic potential of Russia and the Russian-backed Eurasian Economic Union, the EAEU in short, with a total population of 170 million, are likely to be absorbed by the BRI. So that brings potentially certain the advantage, opportunity for the BRI. China could further push for its ties with the EAEU member state moving forward. I'll probably stop here. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Short and sweet, very clear. I think we have a lot to discuss on the influence of the current conflict and maybe more broader on the viability of the Belt and Road Initiative going forward. The second presentation, Professor Mundon, the future of East Asia regionalism, progress, adaptation, or demise. Professor
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for your introduction. Okay, the Director Hofman. It's really nice to see old friends. Okay, for some time. I hope that even though we have some virtual conference this year, but next year or soon we are going to have some real, actual meetings together and having our friendship. Okay, that rejuvenate. Okay, I'm going to share my screen with you. Then my presentation is in the session of a more economic, cooperative issues in the region, but my original design and my idea of this paper is more about the future of a East Asian regional institutional arrangements. So everyone says that there had been some deep impacts and some deep changes of East Asian that institutional arrangements, and what would be the direction, and whether there are some ways that the pre-existing institutions would be adapted or survive under that some pressure or changes of some various kind of factors. So my presentation basically discusses some characteristics of East Asian regionalism, or the key aspects of East Asian regional arrangements. And I briefly discuss what kind of some changes, challenges are occurring, and why it is inevitable or even impending or even on the way these institutional reorganization are occurring in the region. And final one is a rough kind of a prediction or expectation and how that the pre-existing institutions will rearrange or the adjusted under this the pressure of a U.S.-China hegemony rivalry, as well as some other kind of unexpected developments in the international affairs. So many discusses on the topics of some liberal international order, its end or its change, its reformulation, some fundamental challenges, and that seems to be some big agenda in IR for recent years. And of course, there have been some various kind of definitions for this, such as an open market, emphasis on institutions and institutionalized cooperation, collective actions and problem solving. There have been all rule of law, and there have been all kind of characteristics that they use and emphasize. And also there had been some consensus that there had been some fundamental challenges to liberal institutional order for last 30 years. One comes from internal, domestic one, loss of some domestic kind of compromise for supporting open, liberal, cooperative international order. And the other one is external challenges, that is usually saying that emergence or some increasing power of illiberal authoritarian regimes, which poses a direct kind of a challenge to that the U.S. hegemony, the order in the previous years. But anyway, there has been some distortion as well as transformation in the context of East Asia, but we can say that rather stable, cooperative, and prosperity-oriented corporations have been very successful and very stable in East Asian region. And there have been many causes for that. However, but you usually see that very safe and stable security environment, and the U.S. leadership has been very stable in the region, and no direct or some substantial challenges to that. And the East Asian country has a very wisely adopted economic first kind of principle, which means that all kind of tough and difficult issues such as historical kind of rivalries, or the antagonism, or the territorial, much more sensitive issues, all those issues have been put aside for the certain time being, and let's just focus on economic cooperation, economic development. Those economic first consensus and separating economic issues with other issues had been a long tradition as well as legacy that East Asia could push forward a very successful economic cooperation and institution building. And also that those countries share some kind of similar economic development models, that the state-centered and export-oriented kind of economic mechanisms had been also quite successful. Based on these elements, aspects, then we see that there has been some distinctive characteristics of the East Asian regional order for the last 30 years. As we said, economic first consensus, East Asian regions had been well-developed economic institutions and cooperative institutions or networks, but lack of security, political institutions or regimes. Even though there have been some exceptions, such as the ASEAN regional forum, but most institutions that had been developed and prospered in the region was economic focused. Even in the economic institutions, we should see that functionally, there had been a heavy focus on trade liberalizing institutions, such as all the institutions that we have discussed so far, or that already on the table of today's presentation, that the CPTPP, or a RCEP, or Asian Plus 3, or a CPTPP, all these things are the organizational forms on a trade liberalization functions. Of course, there had been some monetary corporations for the swap system during the financial crisis, Chiang Mai initiative or Chiang Mai Plus, but most of the institutional arrangements in East Asia was heavily focused on trade facilitation. So as IR theory suggests, okay, East Asia is the reason that seems to be a neo-functional approach had been some tough testing. As the European example suggested, neo-functionalism usually suggests that beginning with a rather simple, easy, smaller steps, and then there had a spillover to much tougher, difficult, and a deep, the cooperative issues one by one. So those spillover effects had not been that significant in the context of East Asia. And East Asian regionalism had some slogans and mottos from its beginning is open regionalism. Here, the meaning of open regionalism is it's not closed just for East Asian actors. It is basically open to outside regional actors such as United States, European countries, and almost all countries has no discrimination or hindrances for joining or being engaged in East Asia. In addition, this open regionalism had also the implications that there would be no exclusive or the disaggregated blocks within East Asia. So the institutions who has the initiatives, there had been some institutional overlapping. Memberships can join here freely with multiple memberships. And the boundaries of each institutions are not clear, and it's kind of a very blurred as well as open boundaries. And no discrimination, and because of that, the institutional competition or confrontation has not been seen in East Asia. And of course, East Asian regionalism is based on what is called as Asian way that emphasized the harmony and consensus, which means that there was not that too compulsory, not that strictly binding, not that hard legalizing, and less interventionist, and more sovereign, respectful mode of institutional arrangements. Of course, this kind of Asian way had pros and cons, merits and demerits. However, this one makes a East Asian institutional framework is much more flexible and much more the cooperative and easy to join without a serious burdens or obligations. In short, the East Asia is the reason that had a very successful and stable developments of cooperative economic order for 30 to 40 years. But it seems that the changes of pre-existing regional order is already on the way and seems to be inevitable. And what was those changes and what are the causes? Of course, everyone knows that it's US-China rivalry conflict, and that has been continuously intensified, and that narrowed the space of cooperation is much smaller and much weaker. And this thing, for some is called as emergence of new Cold War, even though I do not agree with the term. But anyway, there had been a less and smaller room for cooperation or rule-based even competition. If you remember the 2020, the Singapore Prime Minister's kind of a contribution to foreign affairs, he said that the title of Endangered Asian Century, something like that. In his article, he says that there had been some cooperation, competition, and confrontation. Those aspects exist, but still there are some hopes and rooms for cooperation, and that the competition and confrontation would not deteriorate to other areas of cooperation. And those kind of separate, the differentiation between cooperation, competition, and confrontation had been some commonly used term in describing US-China relationships. However, it seems that there had been a stiffer and tougher competition to confrontation and less room for cooperation. As related to the topic of today, such as effects of Ukraine crisis, I think that these developments would also have a very negative impacts in the rivalry, confrontation in the region, such as geographical sensitivity have been much intensified, and most countries now feel that security issues are real one, that the geopolitical tension would lead to just kind of hot war situation. And the United States also strengthened its leadership by reinvigorating NATO and its Biden's kind of intervening in international affairs, which was totally different from Donald Trump, by emphasizing its alliances and coalition formation. And these developments also make a China-Russia relationship much more to one side, or even framed in that way by the US or some Western countries, so that all this kind of progress makes a room for cooperation or rule-based competition getting much more difficult. On the economic trade issues, that these the CPPs, CPTPPs, RCEPs, or the ADBs, Asian Development Banks, and Asian Infrastructure investment banks, and all those things previously, when we discuss this institutional coexistence or competition, we usually see that that is in the room for some kind of institutional complementarity, which means that they can exist together, they can co-work together, and they can help with each other to fill the gap of each institutions. However, it seems that those trends would be toward much more institutional confrontation or institutional separation, as that the recent U.S. initiatives of Indo-Pacific economic framework, or that the U.S. attempts to create the 5G networks, export control mechanisms, and using these human rights issues, and the digital economic partnerships that had been initiated and gather some of its that the partners in the region is all related to a little bit more closed, a little bit more excluding China, a little bit more anti-China coalition characteristics. And also, when we talk about the RCEP, CPTPP, and other institutional arrangements, mega FTAs in the region, it seems that this trade liberalization is getting the less and less driving force for regional cooperation or the institutional arrangements. So mega FTA formations and the revival of multilateralism, such as WTOs, and these are still on the agenda of the regional and global corporate corporations, but it takes a little bit to lukewarm and rapid attitude and responses from major countries who should be the leader, and its moves seems to be stumbling, right, in one way or the other. So, and also there had been some other developments, such as economic security entanglements. So the economic security issue is become a top priority for most countries' foreign policy. So that the blessings of interdependence is a curse of interdependence that each country can use, weaponize this interdependence for pursuing their interest. And the disruption of supply chains during the COVID-19 or some political use of this interdependence then makes each country to have much more the internal oriented, as well as considering the anti-globalization, the environments in the region and at the global level. And also, East Asian region witnesses an emergence of security institutions or networks that is clearly targeting or containing China, such as a Quad Plus, AUKUS, Five Eyes, and others. Even though these security organizations doesn't necessarily make or force all the regional actors to choose between the two giants, but this pressure is still working, and there had been some kind of a bloc formation and institutional separation pressure that definitely worked in the region. So in sum, the economic decoupling, security bloc formation, and institutional separation, this had been a new and emerging trend in East Asia, and those things poses a very tough, that the choices or some strategies or statehoodships for most countries in the region. So that the real adjustment of institutions in East Asia seems to be inevitable, which means that even though we have the APEC, East Asian Summit meetings, Asian +3 meetings, we have a very open organizations in the region, but these umbrella organizations should expand its coverage from trade economic issues to much more comprehensive ones of regional cooperation, such as risk management and mediation, peaceful settlement of disputes, and the regional public good provisions. And also, East Asia is the region that has a very strong institutional legacies of past dependence. We have a open regionalism traditions, and we have a positive narratives of legacies of regionalism, and that pursuing a trade liberalization, open regionalism, institutional overlapping, and inclusiveness. And those institutional legacies can be maximized and utilized for the stability in the region. And of course, the exclusive bloc formation, the pressure for this bloc, okay, that the constitution consolidation, that especially the United States assertive initiatives for creating anti-China coalition is already on the horizon. And this thing is inevitable one. However, we can and we need to develop and various mechanisms and channels using pre-existing ones and facilitate dialogues and compromises over sensitive issues, such as securities and trade rule making, human rights issues, democracies, or the territorial sovereignty issues, etc. So in conclusion, it seems that there would be 3 layers of institutional arrangements in East Asia. The first one, that's more likely a confrontational and conflictual or competitive exclusive bloc formation centered on the US and China. Of course, this would be not a symmetric one like the Cold War period. This would be much more symmetric one. And there has been a much more assertive position of the United States and much more defensive position of China. And second layer, then it's using pre-existing institutions. We need to have more inclusive and mediating institutions encompassing US, China, as well as all other regional actors. In that layer, probably the middle powers such as South Korea or the ASEAN countries, individually or collectively, can play much more constructive roles in here. And of course, as a relatively weak institutional framework of East Asia, we also need to add some multilateral frameworks that can provide a universal principles of international laws, rules, and norms. So these would be 3 layers that we can see, and we expect that these 3 layers will work together to make a much more stable and cooperative institutions in East Asia. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Professor Moon. A very interesting and clear presentation with very specific and consequences of your analysis as well, which I think is very promising for the discussion. I especially like your number 2, basically to use existing organizations to provide a platform of consultation between the US and China. That remains very important. I don't at the moment see that happening enough. Without further ado, though, I would like to invite Dr. Tong to give her perspective. She covers some of the same grounds, but maybe a bit more from the economic side. Dr. Tong.
Thank you for the organizers, and I very much like the presentation just finished. I think my discussion may often echo some of the discussion and perhaps also provide some footnotes. But I'll be a bit less ambitious on this. I very much agree that there is a dire need for reorganization or rearrangement of the current arrangement. What I'm not too sure is, have we got anything sort of figured out? So that's my sort of doubt. Is it okay, my slides? Okay, thank you. I put a question mark here of the so-called remapping. This is joint work with my colleague, Dr. Kyung, who's, I think, currently attending another event. To the point, I want to talk about three things. Number one, I will focus a bit more on trade and trade arrangement. Obviously, international economic interactions involves a lot more. I will mention a bit on the supply chain issues, but trade is something I will start with, and then look at I think Bert at the beginning mentioned the so-called this new kid in the block, the so-called Indo-Pacific economic framework. I'll talk a bit on that, and finally just conclude with some of the potentials and challenges. And one thing I want to get to put up there is that Professor Moon's discussion that the current arrangement needs institutional renovation or of changes of a sort. I do think that some of the challenges that current arrangement is facing is probably precisely the problem that this new arrangement is quite difficult to master. So that's the one point I want to add to the discussion. So let me just get this one. Too much. I see many. Okay, this is just to look at over sort of 4 decades of trade development in the whole world. What we can see, 2 things here. Number one, this is the annual year-on-year growth in total trade. What we see here is from the late 2000s, there are a lot more frustrations or more violent fluctuations in trade. If we look at the dotted line, which is 5 points moving average, what we can see is that there is a downward trend in terms of growth in world trade. If we look at a little bit more on the East Asia, emerging and developing Asia, what we can see is Asia has been performing better. Meaning that the so-called Asian export-oriented development has helped and has actually observed. But if we look at more recent years, that the same trend, which is, this is talking about export of goods and services, East Asia has also suffered a similar kind of deceleration in trade. This is just provide a bit of background for our discussion, that East Asia is depending on trade and trade expansion, but as the rest of the world, Asia is also suffering or suffered from a declining globalization. So what are the major arrangement, regional arrangement in East Asia? 2, which is the topic, a major target of the discussion, the so-called RCEP and the CPTPP. If we look a little bit more in terms of the East Asia, there's also countries, or in terms of regional integration, there's also issues about India and South Asia, as well as Mongolia, just to demonstrate. So what do we see? I want to look at this recent, we talk about remapping, and let's just look back to see where we are. This is to look at the role of China in so-called remapping or expansion of regional trade. This is China's role as a trading partner for countries, in particularly the CPTPP countries. And for the most part, China has also a very major trading partners for these members, as I demonstrated. This is 2019. Since 2001, when China joined WTO, China's role in world trade, in particular in East Asia, this is a change to look at the countries. The red ones are countries that have very major trading with China. versus the blue ones with the US, and we can see clearly this is only 18 years apart. The so-called reshaping or remapping in global trade, there is no exaggeration to say that China has been the major force behind these changes. Let me just move on to the sort of the second part to look at this new Indo-Pacific economic framework, in which case it's a very simple comparison to see how this new trade proposed by the US compare to the existing trade arrangement. So if we look at the first part, there's several pillars. The first pillar, which is the fair and resilient trade, there are issues to various degrees also included in the CPTPP, in which case US have pulled out. And then also some of them are related or covered weakly, if we might say, RCEP. On the last column, on the so-called BRI, we can also see some of the issues like supply chain resilience and infrastructure related issues, and data or digital economy and the trade facilitation also being mentioned in BRI. So in this, a very important missing piece for the Indo-Pacific is the market access, which has been a very important element for the other trade programs or trade arrangement. So in a way, many would say the IPEF is relatively vague in details and quite strongly on security issues and in a way to counter the so-called the China's BRI. If we look at this, this major economies that we were talking about here, the United States. This is to look at from ASEAN's perspective, how these major economic powers have featured in ASEAN's trade relations. What we can see here is in the case of the US, in 2003, this is the earlier data. In both export and import, US has been the top, or no, in terms of import, Japan is higher. But if we look at 2010, 10 years or 7 years later, it has declined in its trade. That's relative significant in trade for ASEAN. In recent, the latest one, 2020, it has come back to the level in terms of US as a market, although as a supplier remains less. In comparison, China has become a top supplier for imports to ASEAN, as well as in export, although it's higher than the US as a market, but only slightly. And then in the case of Japan and in Korea, as I also have some numbers here for Korea, what I want to say here is that China's role with respect to ASEAN has increased dramatically or significantly, although it remains relatively unbalanced. This is ASEAN as a whole. I'm not going to get into too much in terms of the members. So if we think about CPTPP, well, China and Korea also both have applied to join, I think. So in economic terms, that would be a very important enhancement, although we know there's a lot other things to be considered. So more specifically on the IPEF, what are the objectives? One argument is, or one understanding is that the current U.S. administration, the Biden administration, is responding to China's growing influence in the region, in particular, including ASEAN and the rest. The other aspect or the other consideration is similar, that the U.S. would not let go or not want to forgo the role of rulemaking, not just in Asia, but also in other areas. The question is, what are the incentives and what are the issues are being covered or discussed? I put a question mark here. I mentioned earlier that market access due to domestic politics in the United States, this was not in the discussion. And also many of the issues are CPTPP-like. In addition, there are also additional issues such as digital economy agreement. So what are the target members or potential market there seem to be? Whether is being proposed or is being indicated that current CPTPP members and allies, US allies, and some other ASEAN member states, I believe for most of the ASEAN members demonstrated some interest. In addition, outside that, there's the potential members, including India, Taiwan, and Mongolia. Let me just look a little bit closer at the trade relations of India with respect to China, Japan, and the US. So what we can see here in terms of export, US has been the major markets, or one of the major markets from import. Again, similar to that of ASEAN, it's also a supplier, major supplier for import into India. Similarly, I was reminded that in the so-called Indo-Pacific, some understand as India, others saw as Indonesia. So I'm also looking at the Indonesia's trade relations, somewhat different in the sense that China, in addition to being a major supplier, it's also increasingly important export market, in which case US has declined in that role. So in that sense, Indonesia and India would have quite different perspectives in their trade relations with China versus with the US. These are quite a few graphs. So what I want to highlight here is that in addition to trade relations, there's also a very important element of supply chain. What it shows here is that from 2000 to 2017, China has become a participant, active participant to be a regional center, at least a regional center in Asia of the supply chains, not only just for the supply as well as for demand. So that's all. This is the last slides. I want to kind of summarize what I'm thinking. Number one, as Professor Moon mentioned, there is a need for new arrangement or upgrading existing arrangement due to various factors, including imbalances and also US-China rivalry. China's engagement in the region is deep but unbalanced. And in addition, as indicated, China is open to more comprehensive cooperation. The region, East Asia or Southeast Asia in particular, welcomes US and other economic partners. But at this point, I'm not sure if we have the solution or a way forward. Details of IPF remains quite vague, and particularly geopolitical rivalry would actually challenge these efforts, as well as perhaps slowing down future progress. So that's all from me. Thank you very much. I appreciate comments and and questions. And I'm sorry I didn't send the slides earlier. Thank you. Let's stop.
This was very interesting. You put some numbers to the broader concepts, and numbers do count, given that the consensus on economic predominance in the East Asia region may not be fully gone. But before we start the discussion, we have two commentators. And let me call on Professor Park Han-kyu of the College of International Studies at KHU to give his first comments. And please limit to about 7-8 minutes, then we have more time for open discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to confess first that I'm not specialist on international economy. My interest is security issues. However, I'd like to make some questions and the comments on today's presentation made by Dr. Yu Hong and Moon Don and the Saratong. First of all, on the Dr. Yu Hong's paper, China's BRI, first of all, I agree with you that BRI is kind of Chinese, the strategic response to U.S. strategy toward China that aims at contain broadly China, the rising power of China in East Asia. And I also agree with you that even though China says that the BRI is purely economic project, not does not have any kind of geopolitical strategic the motivations, but as analyzed, I also agree that the BRI is motivated by both economic and strategic interest. Okay, but with regard to China's BRI, the projects, I have two questions. I would like to hear your ideas on these, the problems that are concerned, okay, with the BRI. First of all, the many recipient countries BRI seems to me, okay, a little bit unstable and weak economies in the world. Okay, so in other words, okay, they have some liability to pay back the large sum of debt to China. Okay, in other words, if they become insolvent, okay, it could be a very big burden to Chinese economy, even the President Xi Jinping's political leadership in China. Okay, so I think it is too risky for Chinese regime, and also so I think China may elaborate and consider any important measures to avoid such a crisis, okay, that China may face, okay, with BRI project in the future. Okay, and the second question is, nowadays, the many recipient countries worry about the, how can I say, the predatory, nature of the BRI. Okay, so nowadays, because of that impression, there is growing the protest, okay, objection in domestic society in the recipient countries, including, in some Eastern European countries and Poland, Hungary, and also in Asia, like Sri Lanka, like that. So I think it is very important political, burden to China. So how can, improve, China can improve such an image, okay, toward, the recipient countries, okay, with the BRI. Okay. And then you predict that I have a question on this point too. You predict that Russia and Ukraine, and also the many Eurasian countries are likely to be absorbed by BRI or Chinese economic orbit. Okay, that's what you said in your conclusion. However, as you can see in the Russian-Ukraine crisis, in other words, there are, the kind of the political obstructions, okay, for China to pursue and develop further the BRI project with these countries. Okay, so it seems to me it is a little bit difficult, for Eurasian countries, okay, to be smoothly, absorbed in the Chinese, economic orbit through the BRI projects. So, there will be some difficulties in doing so on the part of China. Okay, that is my second comment. To Professor Moon, okay, Moon's paper, many points you made, okay, I agree with many points, okay, in your presentation, but I just want to raise questions, okay. So you said that, the growing, the geostrategic competition between the United States and China, also, the effects of the Russian invasion of Ukraine is likely to impact, the East Asian cooperative, East Asian economic cooperation in a way that, the East Asian economic, economy may be divided into two economic zone or blocks, okay, affected by the geo-economic and geostrategic competition, okay, between China and the United States, okay. So, but however, this is my thinking, my own thinking. However, there must be less chance for East Asian economy to divide into two economic, zones or blocks dominated by two, superpowers. Because, if you look at the membership of the East Asian countries, okay, in RCEP, CPTPP, I'm sorry, and the possible, IPEF, the many Asian countries overlaps in their membership with these, different, economic, cooperative frameworks, okay, led by the China or the United States, respectively. So this kind of overlapping membership may be kind of can be served as kind of the factor in delaying or slowing down the economic blockadization of, East Asian economy. In other words, by working together, East Asian countries and the like-minded countries, okay, the South Korea and the ASEAN countries, Australia, okay, may reduce the danger of the danger that the East Asian economy is just divided into two competing economic zones by joining these all these the economic cooperative framework, okay, suggested and proposed by United States and China. That is my thinking. I'm not sure that it is possible or not. Okay, and then the second question is that, okay, Professor
I would encourage you to speed up, Professor Park. We do like to have some.
Okay. Okay, let me stop here. Let me stop here. If I am lack of time. Okay.
No,
okay.
you can finish your remarks.
Okay, I will finish in 1 minute. It's okay.
That's okay.
Okay. Professor Moon, you said that the umbrella organizations such as APEC, East Asian Summit, or the APT+3 should expand to more to deal with your comprehensive issues, okay, of regional economic cooperation. However, it seems to me if big powers such as China and United States do not play a leading role in maintaining, develop such, in these, international institutions, international institution tends to lose momentum to function effectively. So, but it seems to me, United States and China both doesn't have a great interest in playing a leading role or decisive role in these, umbrella organizations. Okay, that's it.
Thank you very much, Professor Park. Our second commentator is Dr. Sarah Chan, calling in from Paris. So it's still very early in Europe. Thank you for joining.
Yeah, thank you, Director Hofman. Thank you also for the invitation to actually comment at this panel section. Like Professor Park, I have to admit that I'm not an expert on East Asian regionalism or multilateralism. I'm just happy to learn from the speakers at the panel. So in the interest of time, let me just keep my comments brief and short. Regarding Professor Mundon's presentation on East Asia, I agree that one of the distinctive characteristics of East Asian regional order is open regionalism. It's based on the premise that that is open to trading to many trading partners beyond Asia. But right now, as what I see it, increasingly in East Asia, in the region, there's a trend towards the exclusive bloc formation, right? Which is getting inevitable. So we have seen the RCEP, which is a very huge regional organization, large gathering, and there's also the CPTPP, and now we have this IPEF, in brief, this Indo-Pacific Economic Forum. So let me call this IPEF for short. So I'd like to comment a bit on this. It seems to be a very it appears to be US-centric. So understandably, it is so because China has been strengthening its economic linkages with the region through RCEP, and is also seeking to actually join the CPTPP. So naturally, US is worried that its economic credibility is at stake in the region. So is proposing this Indo-Pacific economic framework. So far, like the third presentation has actually Dr. Tong has actually mentioned that there's very little information so far on the framework. It appears nothing more than a political declaration of US economic engagement in the region. It is vague, it is hazy, it's lacking in details. So the US has actually said that it will not be a multilateral trade agreement akin to the CPTPP. So the question that follows is, if this IPEF is not a trade agreement, what is it exactly? So according to the news out there, this framework consists of 4 major sectors, right, which is mentioned in the presentation. First is promoting fair trade. Second is improving supply chain resilience. Third is decarbonizing infrastructure and clean energy and environment. And the fourth is taxation and anti-corruption. Now, the United States has plans to actually implement the framework's commitments through presidential executive order, rather than as a traditional trade deal requiring congressional approval. So this implies that it helps the IPEF to sidestep political obstacles that the agreements like the Trans-Pacific Partnership face before Congress. However, it also implies that the US cannot offer increased market access, and it also there's also the risk that the framework will be rolled back or abandoned by the next future US administration. So this, in a way, may actually dampen the interest of the Asian countries to actually join the US initiative and commit to the high standard provisions on digital trade, labor, and environmental standards. There are many analysts actually doubt that this framework can be successfully implemented. A number of questions, a number of issues need to be resolved before the framework is seen as credible. First and foremost, all right, there's this issue of reciprocity. So the US does not, if the United States does not open its market and is unwilling to offer greater access to its own domestic market, this will be a serious obstacle to securing binding commitments from the Indo-Pacific countries to the higher standards that the IPEF seeks. All right, and for instance, the United States Trade Representative, the trade lead agency for this portion of the framework, has made clear that it expects countries that sign up for participation in this pillar to be, in the trade pillar, to be prepared to make commitments in the 7 areas, right, that the trade pillar encompass. All right, and the trade pillar encompass quite a long range of subsectors like labor, environmental, digital, agricultural, regulatory, competition, and trade facilitating issues. So it's a kind of very high standard agreement, like the CPTPP. So if the US does not offer market access, it faces a key challenge in actually convincing other countries to adapt to the high standard and binding trade rules without receiving market access. Okay, I think the third presenter has actually pointed out for the digital economy aspect, right? It is as, for instance, as some countries may not be able to, may not appear committed, all right, like the incentive to actually adopt the high US digital standards, okay, without the promise of the market access for e-commerce expansion, right? Except for maybe for instance, advanced countries like China, New Zealand, and Korea, Australia, and Japan, right? They'll actually feel inclined to actually to join this framework. Furthermore, most other issues under the trade pillar like labor, environmental standards, agriculture, regulatory practices, and competition policy are also perceived by the many Indo-Pacific countries as the US requests, not offers. There are levels of enthusiasm towards each component, and some countries will be quite reluctant to work with the US on the labor related issues, for instance, the less developed Asian countries. Now, for the supply chain resilience pillar, many issues, there are many questions. So to each country, it means different things. What does it mean? To some countries, it means like boosting manufacturing capabilities. To some others, it is opportunity to fix the bottlenecks in the production networks disrupted by the COVID pandemic and to decouple from China. But in this globalized world, where China is the key player in the global and regional production chains, it would be inconceivable to build up resilience of the supply chain while excluding China, right? And for infrastructure, clean energy, and the decarbonization pillar, right? The US negotiators would actually expect the Asian countries to be more ambitious about its commitments, decarbonization commitments under the Paris Agreement. But it remains to be seen, right, how much the US can help in climate financing and supporting regional infrastructure development. And in addition, some countries in the region do not have sufficient financial and technical resources to achieve the ambitious commitments on their own. Now, the last pillar, the tax and the anti-corruption one, remains the least clear and possibly the least attractive, right? While tax and anti-corruption issues resonate with most countries, but many view this pillar as likely to be the most challenging. Now, currently OECD has actually done a lot of work on actually trying to implement the global minimum corporate tax agreement. So with this pillar, right, in the IPEF, in this framework, right, most countries will be confused as to what more the US would like the interested IPEF participants to do, right, on corporate taxation beyond implementing this global minimum corporate tax agreement. So we've worked on this already coordinated through the OECD. Prospective participants would see the additional work on corporate tax issues within the IPEF as unnecessary duplicative. So finally, of all the pillars, anti-corruption is the most sensitive and could be the most difficult to address under the framework. The presenters.
Can I ask you to wrap up your comments, please? Thank you.
Okay. I'll wrap up in 1 minute, 1 minute's time. So I think there's this issue of whether the IPEF will be inclusive. So I think Dr. Tong has actually mentioned that is unlikely to appeal to many countries in the region. All right, beyond the close allies of the US, like Korea, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, Singapore would be interested to join. But what about the other ASEAN countries, it may be a failure, consider a failure if we cannot join all the ASEAN member countries. And the goal should be to attract an even wider group of countries from the South and Southeast Asia and the Pacific, right, including Pacific-facing countries in America, such as Canada, Mexico, Peru, and Chile, all of which are the CPTPP and APEC members, but for which the US have no plans to invite. That also there's also the issue is like, well, is Taiwan going to participate? And if it is right, there'll also there'll be risk that you politicize the framework. China will oppose to it. So okay. So I'll end here. So basically, it is clear initiative by the U.S. to promote its leadership and deepen its ties with the Indo-Pacific countries at a critical geopolitical moment. But the challenge would be to actually to achieve a high standard agreement consistent with U.S. constraints while providing significant benefits to attract the U.S. Indo-Pacific potential partners to join. Yeah, I think I'll end here. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Chan. Since we are almost out of time, I encourage also the speakers to take into account the questions in the box. And Professor Moon was asked on the how do you see this inevitability of bloc formation? Dr. Lanscore asked that question. And to Dr. Tong, how do the rulemaking of US and China, how are they different, and how is that reflected in the various trade arrangements? So with that, maybe Dr. Yu Hong starts his replies. Please keep it brief because we only have 12 minutes until lunch.
Yeah, sure, Professor Hofman, thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Park. Nice to meet you again virtually. Thank you for all the questions. They are all very important and valid. I will be very brief as instructed by Professor Hofman on the EU, Russia, and China's BRI. Even before the Ukraine crisis, actually in 2018, the EU member state and China, they have signed actually bilateral economic and trade cooperation agreement in Astana, Kazakhstan. So what I see is that over the past few years, right, the economy and the trade ties between the EU member states and China actually strengthening. That's the first point I want to make. And the second point is that besides Russia, other EU member states like Kyrgyzstan and Kazakhstan have very strong economic and trade and investment linkage with China. As you know, that China is the largest foreign investor in Kazakhstan. The second point I want to make. The third point is that the Ukraine crisis factor, actually because of the sanction, right, massive sanction imposed by the West on Russia. So I see that Russia actually is economically, politically, and strategically will be turned to China. So I think all these three factors will make that the EU, right, likely in the future, right, will be observed by China's BRI. That's my answer to your third question. The second question is about the China's improved image on the BRI. This is one of my ongoing research. So I very briefly mentioned about the several readjustment measures, right, on the BRI. So what I call is 2.0, right? For example, promoting the third party, the cooperation with several countries, including Singapore and Japan, on the various countries in Southeast Asia and Europe, and also Africa state. And also that China is trying to, shift from the so-called China-centric approach to more bilateral or multilateral approach on promoting the BRI. However, we don't know how far China is really willing to go to making this readjustment measure, right? Whether or not this kind of readjustment approach will be sufficient to improve China's image on the BRI. So we'll take some more time on this. And the third question is about the debt issue, right? This is a very important issue, right? I think it's also a very serious issue concerning China's BRI. I mentioned in my slides, right, that actually external development financing is required for the infrastructure underdeveloped nations, but cash-strapped nations, right? So it's perfectly normal for the developing countries to seek to accelerate infrastructure construction using the borrowing financing tools. I think now the key is to balancing infrastructure development needs and the domestic financial sustainability. I think China understands this point, right? Because the COVID situation, the pandemic. So many countries, developing countries, or BRI countries, their internal economic situation and domestic financial situation has been worsening, right? So moving forward, right, some of the initial contracts, right, the terms on the BRI, right, will be not sustainable moving forward, in my view, right? That's why you see certain, the contract renegotiation and also, the termination of certain projects, right? So for the interest of China's companies and also for the interest of the recipient country, they need to have to moving forward in the new terms, right, to make the BRI project more both I would call the financial sustainable and environmentally sustainable. I will stop here. Thank you, Professor Hofman.
Thank you, Dr. Yu. Professor Moon.
Yes, thank you for the excellent questions. I'll be brief, okay? The first question, Lance Gore, thank you for your question. I should say that, yeah, all the terms that I've used here, such as inevitability, block formation, that seems to be too strong. There's nothing inevitable in social science and international relations. So I might be a little bit upset, okay, when I heard that the new president of South Korea is too pro-American kind of a inaugurational speech. Anyway, yeah, there's nothing, okay, that I want to say here about the block formation. It is more like about, I think there's some kind of trends that had been sometimes some concrete institutionalization, but other times it might be some just ad hoc network or just kind of loose organization in state relationships. So for that, I'm not trying to say that there had been some one clear, concretized alliance style or the corridor style block formation will emerge in the region. It's much more like the complicated, actually. So there had been 5G networks, global value chain networks, human rights initiatives, or the security organizations probably invite various actors depending on various issues. And those trends, what I'm emphasizing is clear directions and orientations, how to contain China and how to create an anti-China coalition. That is the thing that has been much more distinctive and much more distinguishing, okay, in the region. And similar answer to Professor Park's question regarding, I'm not expecting that there had been two split, okay, the institutions, two split organizations, centering one on centering the US and centering China. Those kind of explicit split in the region is not inevitable, not desirable, or not foreseen in the near future. As I said, okay, in the second tier of institutions that we can use the various positive traditions and legacies in East Asia for delaying, for slowdown, or to mitigate the negative impacts of those blockization. So what I'm suggesting is, I'm not expecting that there had been some inevitable two block fighting with each other just tomorrow, right? There have been some trends, and there are many things we can do, especially the middle-aged countries can intervene in that, okay, the process. And the final question, I'm not sure exactly, I understand that your arguments, okay, the Sarah Chan, but I basically understand that especially the IPEF, that is not a trade liberalization organizations that you had engaged in the region, or some other driving forces in the region, such as CPTPP or RCEP. As you said, this is clearly the US initiatives. And as we all know about the criteria, the key points of institution building or the reformulation or the renovation is to set the boundaries, who should be in and who should be out. IPEF definitely is trying to exclude China from its framework. And I also believe that the CPTPP is, even though the China's application will not open to China in the near future or the very rapidly. So that there has been still some kind of a contaminate or containing or some excluding China, and those kind of a momentum will continue and will be some big trend in the region for some time. That's my answer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sarah Tong.
Thank you, Sarah in particular. She said maybe better than I tried, that the issue of not excluding market access and then putting a lot of other things, the question is, why would countries join? It's just the responsibilities without much reward. In particular, that would call in question of the outlook as well as the motivation. I think that Professor Moon also mentioned this is clearly, seem to be clearly excluding. It's not an open, it's more anti-China kind of thing. Rather, without the CPTPP, that US is not there, and do something else, and also more non-economic issues, although it did mention about issues that might be useful in terms of economic implications. So I very much agree with Sarah's comments and elaboration on those. There is a question about rulemaking and data and on data rules. China did propose the so-called digital Silk Road, I believe. So especially during in the pandemic, partly due to the pandemic, and there's an increasing recognition that e-commerce and digital trade will be a very important element for future economic interactions. In that sense, there is an issue of how cross-border trade, e-commerce, and digitalization of payments and so on, how would that play out in the future and how our rules are made? I think that's where the contention lies. Part of this, we know that Singapore already signed a few agreements, including one with South Korea. So I think that's part of it, why there seems to be a rush of interest in the area. I'm not expert on that, but that's my understanding. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. On that last point, it's actually interesting that China's rules on data and cross-border data transfer are in direct opposition to the CPTPP rules. And that's the one thing that would keep China out, unless, of course, they are very flexible in applying this. This was a very interesting discussion. I do believe that we will see some movements around these alliances. I'm not that convinced, indeed, that the Indo-Pacific economic framework is going to be the winner in all of this. But what if the United States were to reconsider and join CPTPP? That would be a game changer. If the EU were to join them at the same time, that would be massive, because then suddenly we would have a very big trade bloc that would be very significant, much bigger than RCEP, much deeper than RCEP, and it would be the game changer. And I think at that point, Korea would also join. We haven't discussed that yet, but of course, Korea is not part of CPTPP, maybe for good reasons. At the same time, it is very interesting to see in future how China would apply the RCEP framework. I've learned in my 30 years in Asia that one should never eat into lunchtime. So it is lunchtime, and we'll see each other in an hour.
So welcome back, colleagues and friends. It's nice to see you again. It's the afternoon session. But I do hope that the afternoon session could be as engaging as the morning session, if not more, because actually here we are discussing a very dynamic and interesting topic about the new Korean administration's policies, domestic and foreign policy. I think this new administration inauguration actually has attracted a lot of attention internationally. From the inauguration of President Yoon, we can see that actually so many countries, big powers like China, US, Japan, and Singapore actually sent their delegates. I think Singapore's president was there when Yoon was inaugurated. Because I think everyone is watching how would Korea's policy change or unchange in the next few years. So I think this session, afternoon session, actually is dealing with this concern. So a lot of interesting topics will be raised from different perspectives. So we also have a very strong team, I think, for the afternoon session. Professor Park Han-yu from the College of International Studies, Kyung-hee University, Professor Kim Jun Yeup, College of International Studies, Kyung-hee University, and also Professor Buhm-Suk from Kyung-hee University as well. And also we have a local speaker, Mr. Shang Ho, from the Rajanam School of International Studies of the Nanyang Technological University. So I think and also we have two distinguished commentators. One is Professor Moon Dun from the College of International Studies, Kyung-hee University, and also our in-house researcher, Dr. Lance Gore, the Senior Research Fellow of EAI. So I think with such a strong team, I think we can look at the new administration's policies from various perspectives. And I really hope that their presentations and the commentaries can stimulate more heated discussion among the audience. So without further ado, I would like to pass the floor to Professor Park. He will talk about the changes and continuities in major foreign and security policies under the new Yun administration, appraisal and the prospects. So Professor Park, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chen. Let me share my screen with you first. Okay, can you see my PPT file?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Okay, today I'd like to talk about the prospects for the major foreign and security policy under the new Yoon Suk-yeol administration. But my analysis is based upon the statements and the pledges made by the President Yoon during the election campaign and right after his election, because the Yoon administration has not yet released the official documents on its foreign policy and security policies. Okay. First of all, as you know, just 3 days ago, the new administration under President Yoon inaugurated. So this, inauguration of the new administration has two important implications for South Korea's foreign policy. First of all, his election means the power transition from progressive to conservative governments in 5 years. As you know, Korean politics may be categorized by the deepening ideological polarization between conservatives and progressive camps. These two different political forces in Korean politics have very different orientations, priorities, and preferences both in domestic and foreign policy agenda. So, the first implication is that the conservative President Yoon's victory is expected to bring about a significant shift in Korea's, foreign and security policy. The second implication is that, as you know, the President Yoon narrowly won the presidential election by a narrow margin of just, 0.7%. So he is expecting important challenges from domestic politics, especially opposition-controlled National Assembly, on important foreign policy issues such as inter-Korean relations, RK-US alliance, and the relations with China and Japan. So there will be a very important bearing of domestic politics on South Korea's foreign policy and security policy in the years to come. Here's President President Yoon Suk-yeol. Okay, you may not be familiar with him. He is a kind of a political novice, political neophyte. So, okay. Right after the winning election, the Yoon and his foreign policy team announced his major direction of his major foreign policy and security policies. Okay, he announced the slogan, self-assured foreign policy and robust security. Okay, so the features of his foreign and security policies are, first, firmly responding to North Korea's provocations based upon the strength. Okay, secondly, okay, the rejuvenate the strategic alliance with the United States. Thirdly, to build a bilateral relationship between the Korea and China based upon the principle of the mutual respect. Okay. Lastly, he also, pledged to establish future-oriented relations with Japan. Okay. So these kind of the policy stances, major departure from the basis of the Moon's foreign and security policy. Okay. As you know, the top priority in Moon's foreign policy is to improve inter-Korean relations for security of Korea and peace on Korean Peninsula. In other words, he was much criticized. President Moon was much criticized that he values inter-Korean reconciliation at the expense of the other important foreign policy priorities. Okay, and President Yoon, he pledged to build Korea into what he dubs the global pivotal state, contributing freedom, peace, and prosperity in the world. Okay, so which aims at expanding the scope of South Korean foreign policy beyond the peninsula focus to make a country for South Korea to play a role of the pivotal states, okay, that advances freedom, peace, and prosperity based upon the liberal democratic values and substantial cooperation with other democracies in the world. So he emphasized the importance of liberal democracy and human rights in Seoul's foreign policy if South Korea needs to rise to status of the global pivotal state. Okay, so he also said that as the world are expecting more from Seoul to match, its economic and cultural progress, he pledged that Korea will meet the expectation to take a more responsibility commensurate, more responsibility in international society in commensurate with its national power. So, Yoon has criticized the Moon's peace initiative on Korean Peninsula for being parochial, hurting out-of-US alliance, which has been the foundation for the security of South Korea and its economy, and also being tilted toward China and not leading to the desired outcome, that is the denuclearization, complete denuclearization of North Korea. Okay, on out-of-US alliance, okay, the President Moon put top priority. The President Moon, put the revitalization of RK-US alliance at the center of his foreign and security policy, and he further, pledged that the bilateral alliance should be transformed from bilateral military alliance into a comprehensive strategic alliance. This comprehensive strategic partnership is already announced in the summit meeting between the President Biden and the former President Moon Jae-in in Washington last year. But however, the President Yoon will take a concrete steps to actualize this comprehensive strategic partnership by expanding the security-focused alliance to include economic and value-based dimensions. Actually, as a matter of fact, he said he endorses greater contribution of Seoul to U.S. Indo-China, Indo-Pacific strategy. And he also promised that the strategic clarity in declaring South Korea's pro-American stance on the matters of U.S. Sino-U.S. relations, which diverge from the Moon's strategic ambiguity. He also pledged to cooperate with the United States on the development of cutting-edge semiconductors, EV batteries, cyber security, and space travel, and nuclear energy, and the vaccines, and the pharmaceuticals, and other, state-of-art technologies. He also pledged to actively participate in the Quad, okay, by cooperating with working groups on vaccines, climate change, and newly emerging technologies. he even suggests that Seoul host a Biden's Summit for Democracy in Seoul, and to join the IPEF, okay, both of which seem to be a U.S. plan to brutally contain China, okay. And then Yoon also suggested such measures as additional deployment of THAAD and resuming ROK-US joint military exercises in order to restore the bilateral military alliance. Okay, as you know, all these policies are suspended during the Moon administration on the ground that these measures would antagonize China and North Korea. So, as a positive response from United States to President Yoon's intention to move closer to United States, Biden administration recently announced that the Biden will visit South Korea on May 20 through 22 before he visits Japan in his first tour to Asia. So, you know, the White House said that the ROK-US alliance is incredibly important relations to that is the vital to many issues in the region around the world. And then the Defense Secretary Austin reaffirmed ironclad US commitment to the defense of South Korea, including all possible, you know, US military capabilities, including extended nuclear deterrence. On China-Korea relations, Yoon pledges to build the ROK-China relations on the basis of mutual respect and cooperation. And he often said that South Korea need to reduce its economic dependence on China. However, the Yoon's primary foreign policy challenge will be China. Okay, his pro-American policy is likely to antagonize Beijing. Okay, Yoon has criticized Moon's policy toward China, okay, intended to accommodate Chinese regional security concerns, such as Moon's pledge of 3 no's to China. So, you know, he said that, you know, on an article carried in Foreign Affairs in February this year, he said that national security comes first. South Korea should never be bullied by China. Okay. So, however, the most important question for the new administration is whether Seoul can find a way to pursue a greater alignment with the United States while avoiding the antagonism with China. Okay. So, because, you know, it is very difficult for Korea, very difficult for South Korea to quickly reduce its economic interdependence with China. So it will be devastating for Korean economy to anger China too much. So, but however, the Yoon's pledges such as the additional THAAD batteries, trilateral cooperation, security cooperation with United States and Japan, active participation in Quad, all these measures seem to step over Chinese, you know, political red lines contained in the 3 no's pledges the Moon administration made to China. So I think, you know, the Yoon administration will need to manage his ideological inclinations and pressure from the United States to act against China, but also to maintain good trading relations with China, to maintain South Korea's economic growth, which might be a very difficult job. On Indo-Korean relations, you know, Yoon's policy will be remarkably, different from that of the Moon administration. Okay, it will change from engagement, emphasize engagement policy to containment policies. So, you know, Yoon said that there is no economic cooperation. There is no economic cooperation before the complete denuclearization of North Korea. So North Korea's the complete denuclearization is prerequisite for improving inter-Korean relations during the Yoon administration. And Yoon administration, President Yoon said that North Korea's military is South Korea's main enemy. This is very controversial political issue in during the election campaign. Okay, Anyway, so the Yoon declared the North Korean military is South Korea's main enemy. Enemy means the target to be destroyed, right? So very strong word. So he pledged to pursue peace through strength vis-a-vis North Korean military provocations. He emphasized deterrence by preemptive strike. Okay, if North Korea poses imminent threat with nuclear weapons and missiles, South Korea should make the first move and launch preemptive attack on North Korea's policy, on protect the South Korea. So North Korea has already, referred to Yoon's, North Korea policy as hostile one. So Pyongyang threatened South Korea very recently with nuclear strike if it tried to attack. Okay, and then since this January, Pyongyang has conducted 16 missile tests. Yesterday, the North Korea tested, launched another, the missiles. Okay, so including ICBM in March, and there is also report that new construction is underway at the North Korea's nuclear test site, which was shuttered in 2018. Okay, Yoon also said that he will more vocal on the human rights situation in North Korea. So his discussion of the North Korean human rights issue will be the most explosive issue because, the North Korea regards it as the very serious provocation toward North Korean regime. In sum, the Yoon's hardline approach to North Korea is bound to raise the tensions on the Korean Peninsula in the near future. On Japan-Korea relations, President Yoon, reaffirmed his intention to establish the future-oriented Korea-Japan relations. He criticized the Moon's administration abandoned Korea-Japan relations, okay, by a preoccupation with past history problems without any sincere efforts to resolve the pending issues between two countries. So President Yoon has emphasized the strategic importance of the Tokyo to Seoul and will push for strengthening the trilateral security cooperation with US and Japan. Japanese Prime Minister Kishida also expressed his intention to work closely with the President Yoon to improve Japan-Korea ties when the Yoon's delegation was visited Tokyo last week. Okay, there is very important factor that will, greatly, affects the bilateral relations between Japan and Korea. That is U.S. factor. As you know, the Washington has emphasized the importance of Japan security cooperation to strategic American strategic interests in East Asia. So, Yoon's emphasis on rebuilding Korea-US alliance will inevitably necessitate changes to South Korea's relations with Japan. However, the diplomatic efforts by two countries to improve the bilateral relations will certainly be challenged by historical issues between two countries and nationalist sentiment within both societies. In other words, the biggest hurdle to improve Korea-Japan relation is domestic politics. For example, if Yoon governments move too quickly to improve the bilateral relations without caring about the past historical, issues in Korean society, the Democratic Party and Korean progressives are likely to politicize this issue and use it to criticize and attack the Yoon government. On the side of Japan, the cabinet will also have to contend with the right-wing political process within the LDP, who also remain skeptical of any agreement made with Korea. So I think that political leaders of both countries therefore make sincere efforts to manage historical issues, not to mix with the other important interests such as security and economy between two countries. If they sincerely want to improve the bilateral relations. And then on the Yoon's policy, the policy initiative toward the ASEAN, okay, President Yoon has publicly acknowledged the importance of Southeast Asia as a strategic partner for South Korea, but he has not yet made clear, concrete, the policy measures with regard its relations, South Korea's relations with ASEAN countries. But during the election campaign, President Yoon acknowledged the importance of South Korea to South Korea, importance of Southeast Asia to South Korea. Okay, he proposed so-called ABCD strategy. Okay, it seems to be very similar. Okay, it seems to be continuation of the President Moon Jae-in's NSP and SPP. Okay, however, he is like to emphasize the different policy agendas for cooperation with Southeast Asian countries while succeeding the diplomatic economic aspects of Moon's NSP. What it means is that the Yoon administration seems more likely to include the security agenda in his policy, toward the ASEAN region. So because
Professor Park, one more minute.
Okay, yeah. Okay, I will finish in 1 minute. Sorry. Okay, Yoon has been more active and take part in further unilateral and multilateral security efforts such as Quad, and he is also very open-minded in addressing security concerns in South China Sea. Okay. Okay. However, there is one question about the Yoon's policy toward East Asia. If Pyongyang missile launches nuclear tests are increasing rapidly this year, South Korea has no choice but to focus its foreign policy on Korean Peninsula, its relations with major powers, while reducing its diplomatic engagement in Southeast Asia region, expand its relations with ASEAN countries. Okay, Plan B. Okay, so South Korea, even though the Yoon has the pro-American inclination, okay, in its foreign and security policy, but it does not necessarily guarantee that the Seoul's interests always align with the interest of the United States. So, Yoon administration are recommended to prepare Plan B by fostering cooperation with other middle powers and like-minded countries, so that concerted collaboration between these countries could effectively deal with China's use of economic coercion, okay, and also by working together, South Korea and these countries simultaneously diffuse U.S. the unilateral pressure to join an explicit anti-China network. Okay, that's it for my presentation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Professor Park. I think you give us a very detailed and comprehensive analysis of Yoon's possible foreign policy, which is very helpful. So next, I would like to welcome Professor Kim Jun Yeup. He will talk about the conservative fiscal activism and popular democracy and the unleashed inequality in South Korea amid the COVID-19 pandemic. This is also a very important topic. So Professor Kim, please.
Thank you very much. And so let me share the screen. So there, I actually made a slight change in the title because the main question that I'm going to address is the relationship between, kind of paradoxical relationship between democracy and inequality that has been happening in South Korea over the past couple of years. So the basic puzzle is that the Korean states, so we will know that the Korean states generally has been pretty much effective and efficient in responding to the COVID-19 pandemic over the past couple of years. It has imposed very strong counter-pandemic measures, and also the national economy indicators showed pretty much strong figures. And the fiscal conditions have been generally pretty much sound. But the problem is that the economic inequality, unlike the other Western counterparts or the advanced economies, the economic inequality has pretty much worsened. And the scholars, there's some kind of scholarly, the consensus that it might be because of the inefficient economic support measures, particularly for those, the households and the small merchants and self-employed who have been pretty much hit hardly by the COVID-19 pandemic measures, as well as the economic contractions. So we have some figures. So on the changing inequalities. So I'm going to use the Piketty coefficients, made by the Piketty Institute, the Thomas Piketty, and also besides that, the Gini coefficient also shows some kind of worsening outcome in the case of Korea, unlike the advanced economies. So basically, most of the advanced economies, according to the recent studies, demonstrate that the economic inequality has been like the lowered. In other words, the economic inequality has been like the improved because of the direct cash transfers, and because the size of public transfers has substantially increased during the past couple of years. But in the case of South Korea, what has happened is the kind of rising the Piketty coefficient. So the income inequality has worsened. While the government's like the budget situation has definitely worsened because of the growing the public debt, but as I will show you later, that's kind of the deteriorated or some kind of the declining fiscal capacity of governments. It's basically a kind of ubiquitous to every country, particularly if governments impose stricter regulations. So this is the horizontal axis represent the stringency. So if the government impose stringency, that means that government has generally been responded more. The government response includes like the economic support, administrative support, etc., etc., the medical, the backup, etc. So we can find very close, very strong positive correlation between the stringency and the government response. But if we look at the economic support only, then we can find that the Korea actually show the generally pretty much somewhat kind of weak the response, particularly in terms of economic support. We have many countries. We have the Singapore here, then Japan and the Spain and the UK. So they generally provided more economic support. In other words, the government support has been like they focused more on economic support at the same while imposing some stringency measures. And if we look at the kind of changes of economic support among those countries, those major countries, then the bold line represents the South Korea. In other words, the South Korean government has never provided more than 50% of compensation to the actual losses caused by the governments. That actually raised the question. So why South Korean government has not responded to the deteriorating economic conditions of the people who have been suffering from the government's, suffered by the government's stringency measures, as well as the economic contractions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. So we have some the figures on the government spending. So above the line measure is the government's actual spendings, extra spendings to cope with the challenges caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. As you can see, the South Korean government's response has been quite weak compared to the other major counterparts. And then the liquidity support is that the expansion of credits. So by actually having the loan terms renegotiated or providing some compensation to the commercial banks to extend the maturity of the loans. So as you can see, basically the economic support in total including both the above the line measures and liquidity supports, South Korea show very low level of economic supports. And if within such a weak the economic support measures, the South Korean government focused more on the liquidity support. Liquidity support basically means that people have to borrow money. So at the end of the day, the people have to pay those money back, while other countries put much focus on the direct cash support and the payment. So the result is that, but that is very puzzling because as we can see in this figure, the government debt, the level of government debt has been pretty low among the major economies in the case of South Korea. So South Korea has maintained pretty much sound fiscal capacity. And we have two kind of big outliers here, the Japan, kind of the rising, the biggest spender in the world, and we have the austerity champion in Europe, the Germany. So except those two, the outliers, generally the economic supports has been linked to the rising government debts. But what is interesting is Korea. Very weak, very low level of economic support associated with sound kind of the government's, the budget capacity. So then the government has not provided sufficient benefits, and then the result was the kind of changes, kind of the adverse changes in economic conditions, or particularly small business and the self-employed. It has been widely known that the South Korea has very large size of self-employed population compared to the other countries. That among the OECD countries, the entire OECD countries, the South Korea has 6th largest size of the self-employed populations, followed by the small countries in Eastern Europe and Turkey and Greece. So in other words, among the major economies, South Korea has the largest size of self-employed, and they have been really hardly hit by the COVID-19 pandemic, particularly the government's constraint measures. So as you can see, the number of businesses has increased, which means that because people have been laid off and they started to open new businesses, so the total number increased while the number of employees in the sectors has declined. In other words, the small businesses had to lay off the workers as a result of COVID-19 pandemic. And the performance is much more devastating. The total operating profit per business, EBIT has actually showed the 43%, whopping 43% of decline in just 1 year. And then their liabilities actually has increased substantially. The total liability of the small business and the self-employed has increased almost by 20%. And not only the businesses, but the households in general show a kind of increasing the debts, household debts. As you can see, the South Korea is on the right. Basically, South Korean households are more indebted to other countries, but what is important is the changes. After the COVID-19 pandemic, the South Korean household generally show the rapid increase of household debts. So this is the changes in economic conditions per household income percentage, depending on percentage during the pandemic in Korea in 2020, in the middle of pandemic. So as you can see, the net household income has generally declined, particularly among the poor people. The bottom 20%, they showed more substantial decrease of household income compared to the kind of more wealthier population among the entire population. But what this figure, or this table also demonstrates is that after all public transfers, as you can see, their income was improved, raised, which means that, which demonstrate the significance or the importance of public transfers, particularly the cash transfers, in order to accommodate, in order to cope with the challenges, economic challenges of the pandemic, the government's public spending is very essential, and this table demonstrates that. So the economic condition of the emergency employment stability payment applicants, in other words, those who had to apply for kind of emergency funding, in other words, basically among the poor households and the struggling businesses, as we can see, across the generations, they showed the kind of the decline of income. In just 1 year, their income dropped around more than 30% in general. And then eligibility also showed that in their 50s and 40s, they were desperate in need of money. But as I'm going to explain later, the South Korean's government's response was not particularly geared towards those people in their 40s and 50s. The owners of self-employed, the small businesses or small merchants or the self-employed, but many actually programs were geared towards the 20s and 30s and the old age populations. And that's the puzzle that needs to be addressed. So this is the supplementary budgets that South Korean government implemented in 2020. So as you can see, this is very interesting, local economic recovery, and then the disease prevention control and the support for small merchants. But the size of support for small merchants has been pretty small among the entire supplementary budget. What is interesting is the emergency relief payments for everyone, virtually everyone. Substantial size of the large size of budget was actually just distributed to the entire population without being targeted towards those people in need or to those who were desperate in need. And then they started to impose some extra supplement budgets, but so now we can, as you can see, the emergency loans have started to be provided without even discussing the loss compensations. Loss compensation is stipulated in South Korean constitution. If the government's regulations or government's policies made some the adverse impact in the people's property, then the government is entitled to, and not only entitled, government has to provide compensation. That's the statutory. So that's the law. But throughout the 2020, there has been very little debates, political debates on the loss compensation. Instead, what the government has been doing was to provide kind of general compensation for all people. All people basically means all voters. So in the 2021, last year, and this year as well, so the government has been contemplating that kind of similar the practices or the similar policies, like providing the general support for the economy, like the local economic supports, and then etc. They actually started to provide COVID-19 loss support package in the middle of 2021, but the first outlay was actually delivered at the end of the 2021. That is basically because of that's basically my argument, because of the popular democracy. So over the past couple of years, there have been a series of elections, beginning with the general elections and followed by the presidential elections. So presidential election, and those kind of series of elections actually has, in a sense, geared the ways in which government payment is provided toward a particular directions. So as we can see, all those major presidential hopefuls at the time last year, regarding the loss compensation issues, they basically wanted to expand the size of recipients. In other words, they basically wanted to get every voter have some sort of the compensation, rather than making some policies targeted towards the people and the businesses that had been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. And then the result was that because the government has delayed the imposition of loss compensation, the leverage, in other words, the indebtedness of Korean households has substantially increased. So in comparison with other countries, as you can see, we can generally see the growing the debt because of it was a kind of economic recession. But what is really significant is the rising the household debt during the COVID-19 period. And then the corporate debt as well, while the government shows very little increase in debt. In other words, the government was able to maintain sound budget. Government was able to maintain sound budget. So now, so what's the idea of the main argument of these findings? So I want to clarify the relationship between the democracy and the inequality, which is pretty much the counterintuitive. So in general, most of the theories posit that the democracy tend to lower the level of inequality. But in the case of South Korea, because of the unique feature of Korean democracy, particularly after the 1987 democratic transition, that the inequality issue has not been effectively addressed. Let alone the COVID-19 issue, but for example, in the case of old age poverty, South Korea currently has more than 40% of old age poverty rates, which is actually tops in the world. So basically, the Korean democracy has been the major source of government efficiency and effectiveness. And because of the very democracy, the Korean government was able to impose such a kind of strong measures with sufficient level of compliance from the people. So people have maintained kind of the suitable level of trust in the government. So the people voluntarily complied with the government's counter COVID-19 measures. And also the government was able to mobilize private resources because of the very democracy. The people were able to voluntarily participate in the government's mobilization of private resources. But what is important in the transformation of Korean democracy was that the very democracy also has reinforced the autonomy of the bureaucracy, particularly that of the finance bureaucracy. So the democratic transition in South Korea was to move the foci of power from the kind of military junta and authoritarian circles to the people. Now South Korean people came to have a civilian politicians and who have generally lacked the technical the knowledge or the informations. So there has been some like growing dependence on the bureaucracy which had been kind of controlled by more authoritarian political executives, but after that the bureaucracy, the autonomy was reinforced. And after the financial crisis, the finance bureaucracy in particular was able to reinforce their own power in the government and imposed very strict fiscal conservatism. So they actually has been like keeping that kind of fiscal conservatism when they talk about the fiscal expansion or the spending expansion or something. So they tend to rely on credit expansion rather than direct subsidization by mobilizing all available ideological the slogans, etc., etc. At the same time, the deepening of popular electoral democracy has enlarged the coverage of the benefits all electoral politicians wanted to have their voters, their constituents, get some sort of benefits from the government, which has established some kind of pattern of the popular preference for quasi-universal delivery of public goods. Rather than having the limited size of people receive government benefits, people tend to prefer something like the quasi-universal, the benefits. While the politicians, as the electoral competitions has been more and more competitive, and the competitive over the past 3 decades, the unrealized claims for like the welfare expansions have become the kind of the basic political tool for all presidential hopefuls and the candidates for the local constituents, etc., etc. So then we have two kind of conflicting or contradictory the aspects. One is the very strong fiscal conservatism on the one hand, and then we have a kind of the tendency for universal outlay, universal payment of public goods, public goods. On the other hand, all caused by the democracy. But when those two aspects collide, then the result will be the universal payment or universal benefits for everyone, just everyone, at low, small amount of compensations, which is substantially small to actually compensate the loss. That has happened in South Korea over the couple of years. So petty grants, kind of universal, de facto universal. For example, in the case of last year's general payments, so more than the 85% of the people received the payment. The government's original idea was
Professor
to
Kim,
provide
one more minute, please.
Yes, so
yeah.
I can finish that. So the original government's plan was to provide the benefits to the 50% of the population who actually got some loss, had actual loss due to the COVID-19 pandemic. But in the middle of the electoral competition, the size of the recipients got larger and larger, up to the kind of the 85%, and in reality, so more than actually 90% received the benefits in one way or another. So that's the problem that I argue. That's the why the government's economic support has been generally ineffective and in addressing the issue of inequality, and why South Korea has experienced the rising inequality. Unlike the other major economies, most of the major economies during the COVID-19 pandemic have showed the improvement of economic inequality. And that's the kind of the nutshell of my arguments. And then the paper is in draft, but it will be available upon request, and the comments and questions are welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim Jun Yeup. I think your presentation actually make us think that actually the division between conservative and the liberal in Korea is not so clear cut, because even we had a Moon Jae-in government in the past few years. Actually, the fiscal policy in Korea, as you said, was still getting more and more conservative. I think that's probably true, because when I read the inauguration speech by the new president, I think Yoon also mentioned this inequality problem in Korea is getting more and more serious. So hopefully he will have some kind of liberal policy to address this problem. Yeah, even if he's from a conservative background. So next is Professor Park Buhm-Suk. He will talk about a new normal or a new abnormal South Korea's digital technology-led policy on COVID-19 and its impact on human rights. So Professor Peck, please.
Thank you. Thank you. First, I like to share the screen. Okay, it is my sincere pleasure to join this wonderful conference again, though online. And today I would want to discuss about South Korea's digital technology-led policy on COVID-19 and its impact on human rights. So the South Korean government policy against COVID-19 is considered a success. South Korea was cited as one of the particularly notable countries having the best strategy and response, tackling the pandemic with relatively low cases per capita from COVID-19 for the first 2 years. It has flattened the curve and maintained the lower fatality rates without implementing radical measures or resorting to strict border control and a complete lockdown of its citizens in 2020 and 2021. While various factors have contributed to this success, the South Korean government's new digital technology-led policies, including through the contact tracing, diagnostic tests, and prompt disclosure of COVID-19 related information, such as data on the movements of confirmed cases, indeed played an important role. Indeed, South Korea's response to the COVID-19 crisis relied extensively on advanced digital technology to maximize efficiency. South Korea actively implemented top-down digital measures through its centralized disease control system referred to as K-quarantine. However, the extensive use of and reliance on surveillance systems and security technologies has also raised critical concerns about the infringement of South Korea people's privacy and fundamental human rights. The K-quarantine was possible because of the extensive development of South Korea's information communication system with the amendment of the Infectious Disease Prevention and Control Act, IDPCA. And this act and other relative acts and domestic legislations were amended after the MERS outbreak hit South Korea in 2015. It was recorded as the largest outbreak outside the Middle East region, and such a complete failure of containing a MERS outbreak raised the issue of public safety to Korean society. Subsequent legal reforms allowed the centralization and publicization of personal information during the disease outbreak. And Korea Disease Control Prevention Agency, KDCA, was consequently authorized to collect the personal information needed for contact tracing and allow them to disclose such information to the public for prevention purposes. Overall, South Korea's data privacy legislation, the Personal Information Protection Act, in Korean 개인정보보호법, had been a legal obstacle in deploying contact tracing measures because in principle, this act prohibits the collection, use, and disclosure of personal data without the prior informed consent of the individuals whose data are involved. However, as I mentioned, the painful lessons learned from the 2015 MERS outbreak triggered the amendment of the IDPCA, granting the authority to override certain provisions of the PIPA and other privacy laws. So in general, as the Constitution stipulates, the government can restrict citizens' rights and freedom in special circumstances when necessary for national security, public order, or public welfare. In the same vein, IDCPA states that if people have been in contact with infected individuals, the public has a right to know for their safety. The disclosure requirement has also allowed public developers, software developers, to aggregate the released data and develop mobile apps too.
In addition, the IDCPA grants authority to KDCA and relevant local health authorities, local governments to request private telecommunication companies and national policy agency to share the location information of both the confirmed and suspected patients without a warrant. It explains how the South Korean government has been able to rapidly contact, trace hundreds of thousands of its nationals to curb the outbreak. Since its first case of COVID-19 in January 2020, the South Korean government swiftly activated public health measures by launching an early warning and prevention system. And it works through the several stages. And in South Korea's policies against COVID-19, new and emerging technologies have been extensively used to make the response more effective and reduce the risk of spreading the virus, as noted in the slide. Finally, the potential patient would get tested through the rapid test and swab test. And once the suspect patient becomes a confirmed case, the central and local government would conduct a rapid investigation and start tracing the source of the infection and potential contacts of this confirmed patient. And this second step is mainly based on using digital technology to strengthen its monitoring system. So the South Korean government will effectively and quickly trace and correct the confirmed patients' above-mentioned personal information. And the third step is contact isolation and testing for anyone who happens to have direct or indirect contact with the confirmed patient. And one of the major problems related to right to privacy is that it is possible to re-identify the individuals even from anonymous data. If information is too specific, it may allow individual to be identified and ousted and causing psychological problems. There has been several cases that the public engaged in profiling and unveiling details. Also, the locations of infected individuals attracted extensive restaurant, shop, and other business premises that infected individuals have visited often experience only
Professor Park.
was the internet
Yeah.
Again. So can you hear now?
Yes.
I don't know how many minutes I lost. But okay, I'll explain again on the part on the right to privacy. So there has been some concerns on the right to privacy. So early in the outbreak, National Human Rights Commission of Korea shared the concern that some of the government policies, especially notification policies, were unnecessarily intrusive and their disclosure methods should be amended. Interestingly, the public opinion supports the South Korea government's policy on COVID-19. For example, in a poll led by Seoul National University of Public Health School, graduate school, 70% of respondents replied that they would accept some privacy infringement to fight the epidemic. And detailed travel histories or personal information can be revealed publicly as a right to know, which should be prioritized over privacy rights in the health crisis. So in the case of South Korea, government's response to the COVID-19 has posed significant challenges to human rights. Despite South Korea's success in fighting against COVID-19 and also very supportive public opinion,
its use of large-scale testing and digital technology to track and treat both the confirmed and suspected patients raised controversial human rights and privacy issues. In the name of right to know, South Korean government released much personal information that may not be necessary to contain the virus. The extensive use of surveillance technology to track and monitor individuals also has the potential to infringe and limit fundamental human rights. There is still no consensus on to what extent the South Korean government's policy during the pandemic prioritized public health over individual privacy, and to what degree South Korean citizens accept the loss of privacy as a necessary trade-off. For example, when using digital measures for tracing, we can assume that not everyone will consent to their data being accessed and used. However, with digital contact tracing, KDCA may directly access their digital movements, thus creating concerns around the consent itself. There are other concerns that digital surveillance will be misused to implement unnecessary surveillance on citizens. That is, there is potential that digital surveillance would be used for other activities for which it was not originally designed. Therefore, it is crucial to identify what the South Korean government can do with such new and emerging digital technologies and how citizens and those residing in South Korea are protected from abuse of power due to their use. Similarly, some scholars argue that to comply with the human rights law, it is vital that digital tools pass the test of legality, necessity, and proportionality for the legitimate restrictions of rights. For digital surveillance to comply with human rights law, the government should ensure that the digital measures are evidence-based and are the least restrictive. Any regulations to promote digital health surveillance should ensure that there is no discrimination against especially vulnerable groups. In addition, with the K-quarantine system, the government has made the private tech companies as quasi-national institutions, essential to the basic functioning of the quarantine system. So the government should monitor whether the implemented policies guaranteed greater transparency and accountability, including those aimed at preventing non-state actors, such as private tech companies, from violating human rights. There have been concerns about the ousting, false identification, and witch hunt toward those who spread the virus. While digital measures cannot be held responsible for all these harms, it could be claimed that it has contributed to the existing discrimination against socially vulnerable groups in South Korea. And in my paper, I examined 3 cases, but because of limited time, I will skip all these 3 cases and move on to the conclusion part. Okay, conclusion. So South Koreans' response to the COVID-19 crisis relied extensively on digital technology, undeniable fact. The government adopted digital surveillance and tracing measures instead of implementing a physical lockdown policy. The Korea case shows how digital technology can enhance public safety and potentially risk privacy, data security, and social equity. These dilemmas over the extensive digital measures are concerned with the fundamental question of the governance of digital technologies. Now in South Korea, the constant and extended top-down digital measures implemented during the pandemic period can be deeply incorporated into everyday life, thus becoming the new normal in the future. In other words, what has been justified in the name of public good during the emergency situation can and may become normalized even after the crisis has ended. And as a rapporteur of the UN Human Rights Council Advisory Committee report, I already maintained that, quote, it is an oversimplification to argue that technology itself are neutral objects and then negative consequences are purely the result of humans misusing them. Technologies, not just users, also have human rights consequences by influencing a policy and restricting individuals' liberties. End quote. In the same vein, the human rights impact of technological measures deployed in the time of COVID-19 cannot be understood or addressed in isolation. New technologies utilized for COVID-19 policies have great potential to support individual rights, especially right to health. But technologies are initially not designed to serve human rights purposes, but to contain the virus. Therefore, we need to be conscious of the way in which these new technologies pose significant challenges to human rights. I'll stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Peck. I think you help us to understand the importance of keeping a balance between using technology and the protection of privacy, human rights. And this is really a very difficult question. Thank you very much. Last but not least, I'd like to invite our local speaker, Mr. Sheng Hao, to talk about Seoul's new Southern Policy Plus after the March 2022 presidential election. So, Mr. Ho, please.
Just let me share my slides first. Can everybody see and hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Firstly, thank you EAI and KIC for inviting me to speak at this conference. I'm from the S. Rajaratnam School of International Studies in NTU in Singapore, and my area of specialization is on Korean Peninsula issues, as well as ASEAN's links with North Korea and South Korea. So I really see a lot of potential for Seoul's relations with ASEAN, for mutual benefits. So when I was asked to talk about this topic, I was very keen to look at what Seoul's new Southern Policy Plus may change after the recent presidential elections. I just wanted to briefly share about the NSP Plus first, for those who may not be familiar with it. So this was really a policy by the Moon Jae-in government to upgrade relations between ROK with ASEAN and India to the same level as the four major powers around it. So in my view, President Moon did a lot to elevate the ASEAN-ROK relations. There are many examples, but I'll just point out a few. He was the first sitting president to visit all the 10 ASEAN member countries during his term. He also sent a special envoy to ASEAN for the first time in history. In the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, he also established an ASEAN and Southeast Asia Affairs Bureau, which put the same level of focus as Japan and China for ROK. He tripled the size of the mission of ROK in Jakarta. He also established a presidential committee on new Southern policy, which was actually very important because it acted as a central coordinating body to have all the different ministries and agencies coordinated on their policy towards ASEAN. And of course, there was a big commemorative summit in 2019 in Busan. So what I'm trying to say is that he really did a lot to elevate ASEAN-ROK relations, especially because ASEAN is very important to South Korea, in my view as well, given that ASEAN has a market of about over 650 million people, a strong emerging middle class, rather neutral group of countries and friendly to South Korea. There's no historical baggage as well. And given the cultural proximity and similarities, there's a lot of potential really for ASEAN and South Korea. So with the new Yoon administration, obviously this is a change in administration from a different political party and very different foreign policy goals. Of course, the most important thing I wanted to say is that it's still very early days. It's only been inauguration for a few days, and policies could change, especially towards ASEAN. But what I will try to point out is my observations and interpretations of the early signs and signals that have come out from the Yoon administration. So I think firstly, the new Southern Policy Plus, at least in its name, will not continue. into the Yoon administration, they will have an ASEAN policy, of course, but it will come under a different name, with a different emphasis, with different goals. And because the Moon administration did so much for ASEAN ROK relations, in my view, probably the president that did the most in terms of improving ASEAN ROK relations. Naturally, when you compare it, with the Yoon administration and the signs that are coming out and their emphasis being more on the traditional focus of the major powers around them, there will comparatively be less emphasis on ASEAN compared to the Yoon administration. That's my take, at least. But of course, ASEAN ROK relations will continue, even though my assessment is that it will probably be more focused on bilateral relations between individual and selected ASEAN countries with the ROKs, for example, like Vietnam, for example, like Singapore. And as I mentioned, the ROK foreign policy will revert back to a focus on its four major powers around it, namely US, China, Japan, and Russia. So really, thus far in my observations of his election campaign speeches and the various foreign policy documents that have come out, ASEAN has only been mentioned 2 times thus far. Recently, his government announced a list of 110 national agenda items in item 97, actually, which is titled Establishing Cooperation Networks in Each Region for Pro-Prosperity. ASEAN is mentioned there, and I'm glad to say that ASEAN was actually the first region in that particular list. So that gives me some optimism that ASEAN will continue to be on the agenda. And as Professor Park mentioned in his presentation earlier, the Yoon government intends to promote an ABCD strategy towards ASEAN. All this is still quite early days, but these are the signs so far. Moving on to some other observations I've made is that when President Yoon was elected, he had a series of phone calls with different world leaders. So he actually had a phone call with the Vietnamese president, and this was the 6th foreign leader he spoke to. And this was even before he spoke to the Chinese president, Xi Jinping. So the order would have been, he spoke to the US leader, Japanese, British, Australian, Indian, and then the Vietnamese. So again, this shows to some extent the initial foreign policy priorities of focus, and people in this audience will be well aware that Vietnam and Korea are very important partners, probably the most important ASEAN country for ROK foreign policy in this region. And a very important meeting happened recently, at least from the Singapore perspective. I think this was also mentioned during the course of the day. President Yoon actually met with Singapore's President Halimah Yacob recently in his inauguration. So this is noteworthy because she was the first and the highest ranking official from ASEAN to meet him after his inauguration. And this, I will elaborate in the next slide what it means. But for that, I would say that generally, ASEAN ROK relations will be viewed more in the context of how this relation can fall under the bigger umbrella of US ROK alliance and what ASEAN means in terms of how it may be also convinced or persuaded to adopt certain things like the Indo-Pacific terminology or some kind of implicit support other kind of US policies in the region. Whereas I think the Moon government's policy towards ASEAN was really more in terms of ASEAN based on its own merits and also the merits of each individual ASEAN member states, rather than ASEAN and then through ASEAN as a means to a bigger goal of perhaps US ROK relations. So as was mentioned in the Park's presentation as well, ROK is under the new government, very likely to adopt the Indo-Pacific terminology. It's also expressed a very clear view on joining the Quad working groups as a first step towards possibly eventually joining the Quad or Quad Plus. That said, I think in terms of multilateralism, ASEAN-led multilateralism, such as ASEAN Regional Forum, East Asia Summit, ASEAN plus ROK, ASEAN plus 3, all these I think will just carry on as per usual. So this is the recent meeting. I just put a few photos here to quickly show what it meant. If you look at the photo on the top left-hand corner at the inauguration ceremony, President Halima, who is right in the first row, dressed in red next to former President Park Geun-hye. So again, she was given really the VIP treatment because in terms of protocol, she was actually the highest ranking official. And if you look at the photo on the bottom right-hand corner, that was the inauguration dinner at Sheila Hotel. Again, she was seated right next to President Yoon throughout the whole dinner as the highest ranking protocol guest. And also she had a meeting at his presidential office, his new presidential office in the Defense Ministry building. And so that's what I wanted to try to say, is that you know, she was really one of the first you know, ASEAN leaders to meet President Yoon. And because of that, I think there are some signals perhaps that we can read out from this meeting. I read a Straits Times article talking about what they talked about during their meeting between President Halima and President Yoon. And this perhaps, you know, being the first meeting between President Yoon and an ASEAN leader after his inauguration, it can indicate some kind of priorities or what is on President Yoon's mind when it comes to working together with Southeast Asia and ASEAN. Interestingly, in his opening remarks during this meeting with President Halima Yacob, President Yoon said that he actually studied the Singapore model during his presidential campaign. And he actually thinks that there are many areas that South Korea can benchmark against Singapore, such as education innovation, such as urban development. I put those two at the list in areas of future cooperation between only Singapore and between ASEAN and ROK. And they also talk about a few other things, so bilateral, multilateral cooperation could be looked at digitalization, air connectivity, you know, in fact, about having flights between Singapore and Korea. There's also this very important thing called the Singapore Digital Agreement, which is actually the first digital economy agreement between Asian countries. This could be a precedent in terms of other Asian countries sign similar agreements with ROK. They talked about issues such as RCEP, CPTPP, the Digital Economy Partnership Agreement. I think these are all agreements that are of interest to both parties. Put up a list of some other items there. Again, this is through the last few years of observing ASEAN-Korea relations and some of the areas, especially of the fourth industrial revolution, that could actually be mutually beneficial to ASEAN and Korea. I just wanted to also add that actually President Halima Yacob, many people may not know this, but she would have been one of the very few last foreign leaders to actually have an official meeting with the former President Moon, meaning one of the last leaders to have a meeting in Hwade before it ceased to be the presidential office. So I thought that was just a you know, important historical fact that many people may not realize. So I just want to briefly talk, and we can have a further discussion later. The question is that a lot of potential ASEAN ROK. SP Plus in its previous form under the Moon administration will cease to exist. But again, as I emphasized, ASEAN-Korea relations will continue, albeit in a different form, and probably more at the bilateral level rather than at the ASEAN ROK level. And the early signs is that as this audience is aware, the Yoon government intends to really prioritize revitalizing or strengthening the US-ROK alliance. So a lot of these other foreign policy issues will be viewed that how it can fit under the umbrella, you know, some of the priorities to ROK and US, such as the Indo-Pacific strategy, such as the Quad. But again, as you know, ASEAN has always been very neutral and will try to take a middle approach between the two powers, US and China. So it's unlikely that ASEAN can be persuaded to explicitly endorse the Indo-Pacific strategy. Of course, there is the ASEAN outlook on the Indo-Pacific, but it's not a strategy, it's more of ASEAN's take on the strategies of other countries are. That's a topic for another time. And I just want to point out that it will also be, to some extent, business as usual. South Korea, even under the Yoon government, even though the us and likely the sovereignty presidential committee will cease to exist in its previous form, but ROK will still continue to participate in all these ASEAN-led multilateralism efforts. So again, it's still early days, but these are the early signals and that I've observed. And I really hope also that in the coming years, ASEAN and ROK can continue to work more together, because as I say, there's a lot of so that's about it for my brief presentation. I look for questions that you may, and thank you. Kamsahamnida.
Thank you, Mr. Ho, for your projection of the future ASEAN-Korea relations. I think from your speech, we can see that maybe the relationship is not so clear, but one thing is certain, that the relationship between Singapore and Korea will be further enhanced. Yeah. So now we come to the commentators. First, Professor Moon, please.
Oh, it seems to be a little bit late for our original schedule, so I'm not sure how many minutes do I have.
Try to be as brief as possible.
Okay.
Maybe five minutes. Yeah.
Okay.
At
so
most.
I just think that just few questions, okay, for each kind of paper. And the first, Professor Park's kind of a new government, South Korean government's policy. Yeah, I basically agree your analysis is saying that there had been some kind of a pro-US kind of a moves, right, as compared to a previous move regime. And I'm also a bit concerned that when they claims a values or the democracies or human rights or some other kind of international norms and values, it seems that there had been a little bit concern that those kind of ideology-oriented or some value-oriented kind of policy orientation is a bit different from a pragmatic diplomacy that South Korea had continued for some period of time, irrespective of their regime's kind of progressive or conservative orientation. So I'm wondering how you think that the two non-programmatic or a too ideology-oriented kind of approach of a new government would be detrimental to a South Korea relation with especially China, but also some neighboring countries as well. So I want to hear your kind of opinion for this. As for Professor Kim Jun Yeup's paper, I think that this is very interesting and very detailed kind of research that is worthy of some full scale of developments, especially the puzzle saying that how under this COVID-19 crisis situations, even that the popular government, the democratic governments in South Korea had been a relatively conservative fiscal policies, which actually lead to some inequalities, as your kind of all the indicators suggested. However, I'm just a little bit kind of wondering and having some kind of more detailed kind of question, more detailed, the arrows of directions, between the independent variable, dependent variable in your hypothesis. So in your argument, so you say that the popular democracy may reinforce autonomy of a bureaucrat, especially the fiscal bureaucrats. But I'm just wondering that if you look at the actual what happened in Korea, such as a ruling Democratic Party conflict with a fiscal ministers or the bureaucrats, and then the fight over their fiscal policies during the last couple of years, it seems to show that it's not the democracy reinforced autonomy, bureaucratic autonomy, but in some sense, the democracy or the parties that is based on some kind of popular demands failed to overrule, failed to prevail, or failed to change Korean governments, or a bureaucrats. So in some sense, it's a kind of hypothetical logic would be a little bit more sophisticated to capture and to test, these theories more accurately. So, but anyway, your questions and your empirical studies would worth exploring and examining and to the further step. And Professor Park's arguments, about digital technologies and the human rights impacts during the COVID-19 in South Korea. I'm not so sure. I'm a bit human rights insensitive guy, so that I'm just become one of a 70% of Koreans, okay, who set polls in Seoul National University saying that we can accept some infringements of a privacy or human rights if that gives a better benefit merits in terms of fighting against COVID-19. So I'm just wondering that just kind of some very broad question saying that actually there have been more fundamental questions, not just about the digital technologies and privacy issues. There have been actually the much more bigger questions that have been raised so far, such as whether the COVID-19 kind of vaccinations or some other government policies can control the freedoms of association, freedoms of religious kind of gatherings, or these demonstrations, or even businesses. There have been, some guys who don't agree with government policies and making some kind of legal or constitutional, the claims over those issues. So I'm just wondering that there has been some, as you said, balances between a fighting against this kind of emergence kind of a health crisis situations versus a protecting some fundamental rights or the human rights and everything. There should be some balances on that. However, my question is that the privacy, fundamental human rights that we usually says or accepted, especially based on Western kind of a criteria or the Western kind of a traditions of privacies and fundamental the human rights issues, is that really the same as that the criteria of human rights or privacies that we usually accept or in the right now? So, for example, if we look at the demonstrations in Western European countries or even in the U.S. fighting against the government policies of strong kind of anti-COVID-19 policies, I personally do not agree with those claims in many ways. They are calling for individual rights. They are calling for that the fundamental freedoms. They are calling for privacies. Is there really some kind of balanced one? As for me, I'm not sure. It's kind of some communitarian traditions of East Asians or whatever. I think that there should be a new balances we need to think about, not just accepting or not just to be based on Western kind of a criteria that we usually accepted. That the final, the Professor Ho's kind of arguments, I basically agree with your idea that the new government policies, the Yoon government policies would be not so different from a previous governments, Moon Jae-in's governments, especially in its the directions and orientations of ASEAN. However, as we discussed so far, that the new government's policy is much more security oriented, much more pro-US oriented, and much more focusing on values or norms or ideologies type of things, there might be some impact on the South Korea, the ASEAN relations in general. Especially, I'm just concerned that South Korea new governments might have a slightly different posture in terms of dealing or treating Asian countries as a collective, but try to approach individually, depending on different kind of criteria that they measure. So there might be some changes, potential changes in the future. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Professor Moon. Next, Dr. Goh, please.
My suggestions. The first, Professor Park, it's a pleasure to see you again. As always, your paper and Mr. Hall's paper both talk about the new government policy. In a way, it's kind of a fortune telling, you may say, but you did a very good job analyzing in very detail different areas that policy direction that might be trending towards. So I think I have one question about, I noticed one little thing about your use of conservatism and liberalism. You talk about this, the government is tending towards conservatism, but on the other hand, it's embracing all the liberal values, this morning talking about. So in a Korean context, it seems to be a little bit unique. The second question is about you talk about all the areas that's likely to policy, this new government policy likely to be. But I would like to also ask you whether, how what are the mechanisms in Korean foreign policy making that exist, allow easily or difficult to adjust, to the situations, whatever happened. Okay, the second paper, Professor Kins, I'm impressed. You did a very detailed research on a very interesting topic. I think your conclusion is also a little bit, counterintuitive. I think it's intriguing, but I'm not quite sure I'm totally convinced. I think there's a lot to dig into and maybe come up with something, not only uniquely Korean, but may also potentially apply to some other situations. And also my question for you is that the election, popular, the compete for vote elections that prompt the policy of kind of spray pepper everywhere. I'm not sure I get the mechanism how that would really gain advantage for one party or another, since you are scattering everything, equally, evenly. And also your argument about the bureaucratic autonomy is also very interesting. In US, there's a so-called, deep state, which can withstand some ups and downs in political trends. But here you seem to suggest that this bureaucracy is more powerful in Korean in their control of physical policy, and I would like to, spell a little bit out of how this mechanism of elected official, how they control the bureaucracy. What kind of relationship between these two? Okay, the third paper about the digital technologies control, Professor Bert. I think this is also a very intriguing paper, very vivid descriptions of what happened in Korea. However, this topic is not new. It has been there, for quite a long time. The immediate one think of U.S. Patriot Act, which causes a lot of the similar discussions. Yeah, I think, there's basically in the US, and there's no clear solutions. I think the best thing you can do is deal with it issue by issue. However, I would like you to also dig a little bit deeper, because this technology is not only relevant to disease control, but it's more fundamental in a way that technology, people talk about the technological hacking of human beings. That is, technology can know people than people themselves. Therefore, give the technology advantage of manipulating not only politics, but commercial and a whole set of other issues that is opened up by the technology. I think this is not a new issue, but if you dig deeper, you may find something even more valuable contributing to the literature. I think the final Mr. Hall's argument is, I think, quite consistent with Professor Park's point. Only thing is that they concentrated more ASEAN-ROK relationship. So in this regard, previous speakers have talked about the shift maybe from economics more towards security, broader issues, especially liberal value related issues like human rights, etc. In terms of security, what do you see as the implications for ROK if they engage ASEAN in security issues? What advantage that South Korean can gain from this shift? That's my question. But finally, I have a general question for all of you. This is from what you speak about this morning, today, this afternoon, and also general discussion in a larger environment. I get a sense that ideology is coming back. Okay, people begin to talk about value-based foreign policy, talk about democracy, League of Democracy, democratic summit of democracy, etc., coalition, etc. I have a little bit concern, worry about that, because this is nothing new. We've been there, and the result is not very pretty. The Cold War and the fighting, and for what? Afterwards, people, can hardly say what really gained. Okay, I'm trying to invoke the Singaporean's founding prime minister. He talked about this issue. He talked about, I don't care about theory. I don't care about ideology. All what I do is, what is the problem? What result we want to achieve? And what method is best from here to there to achieve the result? If we try different methods, of course, all those methods come with some kind of ideological connotations. It doesn't matter for him where you come. Try it. If it works, we use it. If it doesn't work, we throw it away and introduce another one to try it again. I think this kind of idea, this kind of approach, I think get things solved while you do not get yourself entangled in a lot of empty, high-level kind of sounding talks without, can lead people to everywhere. So I would like to see your reaction to Mr. Lee Kuan Yew's approach. Is that a better approach? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we also have a question from the audience, Ping R. His question is to Professor Kim Jun Yeup. He said whether there are any practical or affordable solution to mitigate social inequality in Korea. So I think now each speaker may have one minute at most to respond to all these questions and comments, please.
Okay. Can I start?
Sure.
Okay. For Professor Moon's question, I also concerned about the news emphasis on the ideological, the values such as the liberal democracy or human rights in foreign policy. So I agree with you that such a ideological preferences or inclination in foreign policy is quite detrimental to pragmatic diplomacy. So Yoon government needs to manage his pro-American inclination in his foreign policy to and express it explicitly, so that his administration should antagonize the Beijing unnecessarily. However, I think South Korea share in common with United States the Indo-Pacific strategy to maintain open and free Indo-Pacific region, because South Korea has deep strategic interest in open, free, inclusive Indo-Pacific region, because it is intertwined with important sea lanes of the trade, energy, imports and resilient supply chain in the region. So I think South Korea is expected to participate more actively, okay, in the maintenance of the open and free Indo-Pacific region. Okay, so and then the Dr. Gore's question, he asked a lot of questions. First of all, how the polarizing politics between the conservatives, progressive in Korean parties affect the changes, necessitate changes to South Korean foreign policy. As I mentioned, they have very different, policy agenda and the preferences, priorities, okay, in their foreign policy and public policies. So I don't have to explain all these differences between Korean conservatives and the progressives. But, Korean policy can be, again, characterized by very polarizing, the politics between these two political camps. It's very sensitive figure. It is not sensitive Peter. It is very sensitive figure politics. Okay, so this division, the political ideological division between two political camps in Korean politics will affect, okay, the South Korean foreign policy. And then, the foreign policy making process, how could South Korea can change the drastically, the foreign policy in such a drastic manner is possible, because the power of making foreign policy in Korea is much concentrated on the president. Okay, this is very powerful, the presidency system. If president changes, the basic basis of the security and foreign policy has tendency to change substantially. So that's why I expect very different the foreign and security policy in Yoon's government. Okay, and then what is South Korea's interest to be more active in the security issues in the Pacific region, vocal on the human rights issue in this region? I think I already answered this question. So I think South Korea has the very important strategic interest in the maintaining the free and the inclusive, and also the open Indo-China in the Pacific region. And then well, the reason why the Yoon administration is likely to be more vocal on democratic values such as human rights in international affairs, that Yoon's top priority in Yoon's foreign policy is to align South Korean interests with the United States. So nowadays both Beijing and Washington are pressuring hard South Korea to be sided with them respectively. So in that sense, in that context, Yoon administration is more inclined to align with United States, okay, by agreeing with the democratic values, okay, in its foreign policy. Okay, that's it.
Thank you. Professor Kim, please.
Okay, thank you for the comments. And so regarding the Professor Moon's comments, so thank you very much for the comments. And the question is whether the democracy has reinforced the bureaucratic
you
autonomy.
don't need to answer all the questions. Yeah, just pick up some. Yeah.
Okay, yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually the least, actually that part is the least sophisticated idea in this article. But so by looking into the kind of decision-making process on the loss compensation over the past years, I was able to notice that the governments, so the final bureaucracy has been building on the idea of the rule of law and to resist somehow the elected office holders and executives, the pressure, and the party person also has pressured them. The result is what I want to underscore is the result, the consequence of that, the bargaining between the finance bureaucracy and the elected office holders as well as the party politicians. The result was the kind of the small grants for all, which has never been able to effectively address the problem. So, and then move on to the Professor Gore's comments that the unique relation between the elected office holder and party politicians and the finance bureaucracy have led them some kind of this implicit deal as a kind of compromise. That's my point, understanding. Rather than expanding the spending, the small amount of grants have been paid to all, which has satisfied the politicians in the middle of electoral competition. So every politician will be satisfied with that because their voters, their constituents will get some sort of benefits, even though the policy measure itself may not be able to address the real problems. And the Professor Peng Lam's comments that thank you for the comments and recent research demonstrate that the advanced economies have been generally able to cope with and mitigate the impact of the COVID-19 economic contraction with their prompt and decisive and selective loss compensations. As in the case of the United States, the Paycheck Protection Program. The Korean government and politicians did discuss that. They did discuss it, but the contemplated result was a kind of quasi-universal, insufficient loss compensation. But the word loss compensation actually tells it all. It is supposed to be a compensation to the loss. But the politicians in the middle of the electoral competition, they transformed that into a the political rhetoric, and then bringing the old kind of the debates between the universal welfare versus selective welfare that result in the kind of the limited loss compensation to larger kind of the recipients. So that's actually the major argument of my paper. Thank you. So let me just add one thing. So regarding the Peng Lam's the question directly in response to that, so the research is confirmed that a government is supposed to provide very kind of the prompt compensation to the actual losses with sufficient the budget expansions, which has been pretty much delayed in the case of South Korea. And now actually the new government is talking about that, but not sure whether it's going to really work or not.
Okay,
thank you.
Professor Peck, let's try to be brief.
Yes, I'll try. Thank you. Thank you for the question and comments. Yes, Korean government policy and measures surely can be seen as just limitation, but whether it meets the principle of necessity and principle of proportionality is totally different story. Where states need to share with the public basic information concerning virus contact tracing efforts, the collection of such information should come with strict privacy protection guarantees and be used for a limited period of time. So even where government allow the collection of personal data, there should be safeguards to ensure against any government or third-party misuse of such data, including usual purpose unrelated to the public health emergency. Moreover, interfering with the right to privacy can have a disproportionate impact on certain individuals or groups, thus worsening already existing discrimination they face, as the Itaewon case, for example, showed. And Mr. Gore, yes, we have already witnessed that many surveillance methods which are initially implemented for specific and time-sensitive reasons were subsequently used for illegal and immoral purposes during the war on terror. Yes, but if we focus more on the new and digital technology itself, including AI, big data, Internet of Things, then yes, it is the new area that has discussed actively in recent years in my field, public international law. In the same way, it is crucial to identify what the South Korean government can do with such new digital technologies out, and how the citizens and those living in South Korea are protected from abuse of powers due to their use. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ho.
Thank you for the comments and questions. I was asked about ROK, security policy, and ASEAN. I think especially in light of North Korea's increased military activities and launches this year, and that's going to carry on in the foreseeable future, the ROK will really try to support such missile launches. This is not new. In previous conservative governments as well, the ROK government was trying to get ASEAN countries to support that, and also in line with the UN Security Council resolutions. The other thing I think the ROK will ask ASEAN to support it would be, as Professor has also mentioned, to align closely with US policy in the Indo-Pacific region. But on this point, because ASEAN always tries to be neutral and in the middle, I don't think ASEAN will explicitly go with a lot of these policies that may be perceived some as against China. So thank you.
Thank you, everyone, for your participation. And without further ado, I'd like to hand it over to Dr. Lam Ping Er for the concluding remarks.
Thank you, Chair. I think we are way over time, so I'm not going to summarize the rich discussion we had today. I'm sure you'll agree with me. It's really, we have food for thought, and it had been a feast for me. I've attended some conferences, it's a famine for thought, but today I think it's really a feast of food for thought. I have to thank all participants, especially the chairs, the paper writers, the presenters, wonderful PPPs, the commentators, and everyone who participated. I even saw my publisher, Mr. Barry Clark. I've been discussing with him to launch a Korea series with Routledge of New York and London for the Korea Center at the East Asian Institute. So I really look forward to working with Mr. Barry Clark. Last but not least, I have to thank EAI administration, especially Mr. James Tan, Publicity, Ms. Karen Wong, and also our three musketeers, our reliable research assistants, Ryan Ho, Chen Chuan, and Mr. Liu Huaqian, to help my institute to track and to take good notes for the program. And last thing I would like to say is that I hope to see everyone in person next year. We have to move to the post-pandemic era. I don't know about DPRK, PRC, and Hong Kong, but as far as we are concerned, we very much look forward to meeting everyone in person, whether in Singapore or in Seoul. And we would have been wonderful if we have ended the conference and invite everyone for a glass of wine, or a cup of tea, or a cup of coffee. So I'll end by saying thank you so very much to KIC and to everyone.
Thank you, EAI, for all the whole arrangements. And also, we have some staffs of our graduate school who works for preparing and advertising this academic event for our school and our graduate students who seems to be participate in this academic event. That will be a wonderful experience to hear some kind of a cutting edge issues and some excellent kind of professors and scholars discussing all those issues. So thank you, that the friends from EAI, as you said, let's meet in person next time, This would be the final one to see this just kind of online one, But
you want to have a last word? Just a short one, no? So 감사합니다. Yeah.
Thank you for organizing such a wonderful conference.
Thank you.
See you. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Bye.